give me something, please show me something alright. 'Cause I'm scared of getting old, and I'm more tired than I'm used to. Just give me something, please show me something alright. I forget that I'm down with you guys around. 'Cause everyone knows life's better with love than being alone. Consider yourself the motive for finding a way to right my wrongs. Catch a locomotive or hit the highway, just move on. 'Cause it's so fun and no one's upset. You sit on my trunk and watch the sunset. Consider yourself the motive, living my life the way I want. We're creating memories, and we drive our parents crazy. We're chasing sunsets, living each day like the last day of our life. And I know this is what we want, 'cause this is just what we do. Free to tell our lies while discovering our truth. I forget that I'm down with you guys around. 'Cause everyone knows life's better with love than being alone. Consider yourself the motive for finding a way to right my wrongs. Catch a locomotive or hit the highway, just move on. 'Cause it's so fun and no one's upset. You sit on my trunk and watch the sunset. Consider yourself the motive, living my life the way I want. Consider yourself the motive for finding a way to right my wrongs. Catch a locomotive or hit the highway, just move on. 'Cause it's so fun and no one's upset. You sit on my trunk and watch the sunset. Consider yourself the motive, living my life the way I want. moments I feel alive. A surge of energy as you come into sight. Caught in the moment, I'm hypnotized. With every breath I feel the fire inside. Your love is like a wildfire. Your love.
Remaking history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of match, it's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zest, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. A flawless win.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Nuke!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
faster. He was at a distance that couldn't be kept. Speaking of distances that can't be kept, if this off doesn't hit a shot, then B Wills' work will have been for nothing. He can have that Palace player walk out and try to supplement him in a moment. And if he does, he may catch one, if not both, the spawn players off guard. Here they go.
Another shot by Slight. Missed, unfortunately. I'm not sure if he got full eyes on holding him honest at default. You're going to get that reverse plant. I mean, the active rotation to Stan, and then Fruit Cup on the flank. Just a hard headshot angle. Unfortunately, Freshy's going to keep him humble from that. Going to get a little bit of help off of this flash, but Slight isn't going to miss this one. Evan Caw going to confidently hold this line and outdueled by Slight in the end. A little bit of a rough start to this A-side defense, but Slight is the man you need to depend on to finish it out, and he absolutely does. Really good stuff right there. It's great to see him meet up with Stan again. Obviously, been a couple of years since the start of that wildcard project.
Supposedly, there's no audio for us this whole game long as far as catchers are concerned. Rod, I don't know if you can hear me, but just saying there's no casters. Carry on as if we are. No. That's important. Fruit Cup on an MP9. Yeah, we're still muted. Okay.
Used to be a bit of a closer round, too.
All right. I think we're good. We're here. I hope. Me and Mark back for what is now 5-2. SBE and intermittent successes slap down once more, as it feels like in the early stages, Boss have gotten a pretty decent read onto how they're playing, although it might not come through kills. Still seems to be fine enough when they get map control. Entirely done yet, though, is it, Mark?
No, it's not. Even where Frushy gets ripped right out of the round, same with SML. Boss still living. OG pivots off his back foot, will be placed on the ground from his former astronaut teammate. Evan with a nice spray, start to the clutch, but unfortunately will depart just shortly after the start. A 6th tier for Boss, starting this Mirage out on a dominant foot. We're just tuning into this now. How do you do? Welcome to the road to Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta.
Gonna have to retread over some previously walked upon ground, as far as that's concerned, Mark. We got a lot to talk about with these two teams and these players that have some histories behind them, as well as the fact that they've got their futures and entire careers up ahead of them. A good number of them, particularly, I would say, on the SBE side of things, whereas Boss has a bit more of a wider mix, a wider range, if you will, and shot out from OG Wizard should be Boss now taking a back seat for a moment to not get overrun.
B-Will's up top. One of those storied players you were talking about. We thought this guy was done until he was sort of hard back. Played on this Boss project. Subbed for Nouns a little bit in Challenger League.
Is that?
But other than that, or excuse me, it was Party Astronauts, B-Wills.
Oh, yeah, okay.
That was just like, he's still around, you know, keeping it fresh. Same with Viz at the time, actually, just like Viz. Unfortunately, now either on the bench or a free agent off of Marsborn. I'm not actually too sure how that came down and got ironed out. However, a man advantage and every clue as to the desperation on the ecos for Boss. Oh, and we've lost our in-game leader. No going back for this. Stan is DC'd mid-round.
Should be fine still, though. I mean, Fruit Cup plays on the site with his rifle against a pair, and he can play for sound above all else and then just pump the trap on them. They should be wiser to the fact that this bomb site would be entirely clear, though, so I here that you're going to need a kill on top of the ability to land on their ground, I was going to say, or before even getting off of the balcony. OG Wizard can hold the line under where Fruit Cup just here's his head in and out, back and forth, and leaves it now to a post plant where this AK-47 knows that they need to do even more. Getting active is the only means of them being able to take this one away. They can't sit and wait for the CTs to arrive. They don't have the armor. They don't have the nades. They don't have the numbers. But does OG Wizard have the drop on B-Wills? The answer, a solid and firm no, is his fourth kill is there. And they win that round pretty much predominantly because of him.
Yeah, you get that entire B-Wills highlight reel in one fell swoop. 7 rounds for Boss. Enough to make this a bit of a quicker let on the leash. 5-round lead. You get to pat themselves on the back with. You love to see that. Bit of a star play from B-Wills. It sort of is giving me the idea of where the blueprints of this Boss roster are to come through. And that's exactly what I imagined for B-Wills. Coming from one of his anchor spots, closing later in the round. One thing that I was imagining too was Fruit Cup Farm. We'll just take him a minute, I'm just sure. He's up by 5 rounds. I'm not sure he's doing his job wrong.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, what is the expectation set for him when he's already got 2 players past double digits? We're not even at the turn of the half. They're probably going to be feeling pretty comfortable with him being at the bottoms of the board. A winning Boss with a losing Fruit Cup is a big win, my book.
Yeah, absolutely. To play with another significant in-game leader, probably the most experienced witch of his career. I don't think that's very arguable. OG Wizard walks his way up catwalk. I know I was mentioning before you could hear us that saw OG Wizard playing so well yesterday. A great click onto Fang. But B-Wills, he can line them up. Heads turned, good amount of damage done to Evan Kaw. But the rotates right back over. Stan about to be streaking in the lane. Might actually challenge into OG for one of these fights, but it's Fruit Cup and Stan have to go and really actually assume if this is a retake worth going for. Just flashing in Fruit Cup. I think they're just standing for something to be handed over for free.
Yeah, this might be it.
Yeah.
I was going to say, Evan is displaying a really solid level of discipline right there, not just falling for the Fruit Cup hot foot towards that CT spawn. Extremely important because him staying alive is really the linchpin in Boss having any chance of getting back into that round. Small detail, but one where everything can come falling apart, and watching back in demo, that'd be one of those things where you're saying to yourself, well, these are the mistakes that we can't make in any game, let alone at a level like this. They need to show that they've got it. To their name, only the T side. I mean, they've got more room to wiggle on defensive on the map of their choice. Attack timeout for Boss.
To hear from Ben lead, baby. First time I'm saying that, describing him as a coach, Tony. Rate that pretty well. Nobody wearing that coaching hat over for SBE. Potentially could see that change for a long-term roster that I know as a signed team, you would love to see some sort of support like that always. Don't give me your bias, former coach. I'm just looking to see that. I know you always are. Ooh, tech pause. Not where you want to be.
I'm currently coaching.
Ooh, yes, an analyst you are.
Oh, coaching.
Oh. Guess I'm incorrect. Way to know your co-caster, buddy. Insane stuff.
Soon. The IEM Boss figuring out whatever may be plaguing them before we get too deep into the day on the closed qualifier side of things. You want to make sure that everything is on up and up off the rip, let alone on map 1 of what could potentially be a 3-map series if SportsBetExpert show us some more to believe in.
Yeah, I really want to see SBE go as far as that. Last night when I was getting to watch them versus that Marsborn series, which it was a couple of days getting to watch Marsborn in the playoffs, who, you know, are definitely our most storied team. I feel like coming in the tier 2 level, just off of the 26 start to the season, right? NRG doing some really crazy stuff, but I think they're firmly getting comfortable in that, like, you know, tier 1.5 tag. It's really cool seeing Marsborn kind of spread their wings a little bit. I got to talk to Grizz about, you know, kind of what their focus was, you know, coming into the year. You've seen them go to Frag Miami. You've seen them go all the way down to Buenos Aires, Argentina for Fire Conterland. And I know that they're signed up similarly with Boss to go up to Frag York. Speaking of Boss going to lands, they're also going to DE Airport Masters and Parkin Challenger 1 over in Europe. And
The real thing
if
you
that
just
kind of
said?
doesn't tell you, excuse me?
Real thing you just said? DE Airport Masters?
That is a real tournament on Wikipedia. Trust me, I took a triple take when I saw it on that like right slot for the very first time. It's a real tournament, and it feels like every day we hear about another event popping up before the cutoff that, you know, teams across the world are going to be contending for. Marsborn going again to 2 more South American tournaments. I feel like just after that Frag York line, one inside of Brazil, the other, I believe, another Fire Concert tournament in Argentina. A great thing. You get to see more and more often VRS arms race sort of coming to. SBE was signed up for Blocktober, Tony. I remember you saw that. It didn't end up coming through, though.
Yeah, there was a whole VRS issue, but we're not going to talk about that. Gonna lock in on what very much still is an important mark for their ranking in the world, as well as VRS, as well as where they stand. The general public that are getting their first eye on them, for maybe a number of people, those who've seen these players throughout their careers now having pulled themselves together in a bit of a Frankenstein operation to make it work. Funding behind it. A reason, essentially, believe be given here on this round up against the SMGs and the scattered amounts of utility that come slim to none with only one fully automatic rifle in hand. Already a Molotov that will be extinguished in missing in window. It will bounce back, find none of the boss players burnt, nor with the inability to see into mid and mere moments, but instead of trying to dedicate into that, Fang will much rather play a little bit of a closer to this B site that's being put under siege.
Yeah, just rotates over immediately when he's needed. They're right up here, Stan taking a bit of a face full of that fight, and it goes 2 for 2. I don't think Boss imagined these entries going as well for SBE. They get this bomb down. These next couple of steps should be straight back for Boss into CT spawn. That's the site you see. Slight take. It's a really good hit. Comes up for SBE here at the end of the half, and if they can, you know, juggle this up to be something near a 7-5, I think you would really be satisfied. I've been seeing B-Wills hanging around. Don't want to mess with that new MP7, Tony. I don't know if you're a believer.
I haven't touched it yet, so I don't really know.
On. How uninspiring of you.
Still more expensive, man.
MP9 still doing some damage too, as we can see. Fang turns that corner. It's done with his pistol. Boss saved 3 of these bodies.
Left to go and tossing over whatever they can. It's better than it was round number 11, but doesn't really scream likelihood at victory when it seems like all of the offensive have really started to come together in unison in playing the part they require in order to win. And I think that last round is an excellent example of that, with Evan leaving no corner uncleared, as SML may have already swung up through the under window wall. That will not matter when it comes to ensuring that everybody else can be given room for victory. A flash to the face of OG Wizard. SML is playing ante. Another time where it seems that the protocol for SPE, although losing a player, still gets them trumps 4v4 in a situation where they should have the advantage with a minute and 20 to play for.
So that bomb in the back of SML backpedals towards TV room. It's even this flash comes over the swing from B-Wills. Didn't have at least the gun for the long range fight. Just wants to give it a look. Says middle is clear as about 1 minute in this round. SBE through Steel and Evan. Walk back, get that control. It's a connector smoke that gives them a little bit of the cover. But every notion about this is now available. Freshie kind of in a very, very awkward spot.
Yeah.
Everybody else waiting to come up. Connector, Fang is just dropping bodies. Has even seen a third inside of jungle, but Steel finally has his trade, and now it's all on the in-game leader.
It's all down to one man, 30 seconds to do it with as well, and already having given up their position with that sound cue and the kill that they had found earlier on really doesn't make it any easier to have any sort of a veil of mystery beyond you. The bomb plant, that could be something to give him, at the very least, an isolated 1v1 duel, but it's getting the C4 that will take an additional layer of time that he simply doesn't have. As soon as he hits that stick, they're going to be swinging from all directions, and Stanislaw even prematurely proving that he will put his foot down and find them a lead at the half by 2 times the round that SBE have.
Touch, it's electric, a beautiful overdose. I'm addicted to the way we move and sway. Lost in the rhythm, bodies insane. Run days. Your love is like a wildfire. Force I can't contain, it takes me high, 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 it takes me high. Your love is like a wildfire. Your love is like a wildfire. A force I can't contain, it takes me high. I'm lost in the heat, 'cause you by your side. Your love, it's like a wildfire. Like a wildfire. Wildfire.
And resume on this second half. We wanted to see that star-studded 7-5. The boss cut him up in that 8th round, Tony. And SBE rolls on their map pick in the first half to a start of 4 rounds. I wouldn't say that's satisfying by, any terms, but there's definitely worse places to be.
One thing that we're seeing from Boss right now that we haven't really yet seen from the side of SBE is the ability to find 2 kills in spaces where typically you're only anticipating them to find a 1, if that, and finding maybe more space to fall away from. But finding 2 or more, and then in addition to that, having the room to run away without trade. That was where we were seeing players like Fang, players like B-Wills on the B site and in connector really keep them at bay. And right now, we're still seeing them take these swing-ons, and even alone in mid effectively was Slight. It might have been a little bit of a late arrival from Fruit Cup, but he was never required, and that has been the name of Mirage, and it will continue to look that way as we enter the T side. Ooh,
Taking that fight a little bit further, SBE up by 2 players off the rip through 42 seconds. I've been caught backpedaling into CT, where it seems like B-Wills and the rest of this squad have Fang headed back towards T-spawn to rethink this round and reroute this pistol for Boss. Just go all the way to Palace. Altercation about to be caused inside of middle, though. Rushy investigates up top. He may not see this body in lower.
I think Stanislaw might have hurt him. It might cause him to just hold this line, and I was going to say late activate to try and catch the kill, but the second he looks around that bend, it's Freshy who, albeit, has an equally sixth sense about him.
Call is all the way back in window now. And at least have his foot into the sight from jungle. Feng puts in those digits. Now the former party astronaut's got to get ready to go. Evan just quietly as OG Wizard completes on the B-Wills. Now looking for the star player to show up in the clutch. Fang going back and forth between default, and he is just eventually overwhelmed. He's Canadian on the other side. It is Freshy to provide this pistol round, the final frag out here for SBE. And that's exactly the keys we were waiting to see them dangle in the second half.
I mean, that looks solid. If you're going to think about the fact that Evan had actually afforded them the room to hit that bomb plant, it was also by nature of them just having to play for a retake in B or A regardless, right? So him going for a frag, probably inconsequential ultimately, as opposed to going for the 3-player in and locking them onto the site when they had already crossed. So I think that's reasonable. I think that was probably the right play to make, and it seemed like they had a read onto where the last of them were going to be arriving from late. Fang was kind of just out on his own on the island after the plant had gone through, and OG Wizard gotten that one tap off screen. Off-screen deaths are always some of the most brutal. That's both true in
Watch the next
cinema.
episode. Your favorite character is no longer there.
Yeah, that's true in both
absolutely
cinema and
worse.
CS.
That's how it will go. Hopefully the writers did it justice. Especially the call in the force. And an OG second round op that we get on this CT side. Get your appetite ready. This could be a scene. Always ready to hype up and glaze the OG Wizard. You know how I feel about him. Was a fan of him all the way back on that, Nyx-led, Spiritive-led, I should say, LAG squad. Was such a talent. Still is. Had a bit of a slower pull with the party astronauts, but this is exactly what he's been waiting for. In-game leader to revive his vibe. Right on this A site. Another quick scope. Freshy alongside. Unfortunately, one and done. SBE seeing a couple of problems at the start of this issue, but still pulling up with the MP5 SG, Tony. That was not one I had on my bingo card today.
I mean, people like that gun. They like the MP7. They like the MP9 still. There's a little bit of competition as far as whatever feels the most. I think it's a matter of satisfaction at this point. I think whatever gun satisfies you most should be the one that you use. Okay? You should not listen to the stats and the numbers so much right now. Listen to the vibes. Okay?
Follow your heart.
Honestly.
It's honestly a great bit of advice coming from you. Normally, I thought I'd get the coach response. I think that is probably the best coach response you can get.
Yeah.
Just use what makes you comfortable. Tactical nuke inside a window. An OG Wizard catches a whole batch of shrapnel.
Up nearly able to sneak up through connector. Looked like there was a split-second timing. They could have gotten ever much closer, but even then, the unknown Freshy sits, their finger just laying on the trigger and not pulling it until they know that they will secure themselves a bomb denied and a kill atop of it, and just chaos amidst the A site, to which Boss will not be able to thrive in. Now, that was where I was talking about before. The fact that they were pretty much primarily finding success on 2 prongs of their defense. And when that's happening, you don't get a lot of action otherwise to even know or get a temperature check on the rest of your team. They're playing 5 versus 3s. They can handle that any day of the week. Now, SportsBetExpert, they're getting their chance to play that same game, and they're so far looking pretty good, not letting a round up, but this is where they were waiting for Boss to come in with the full swing.
I have a lot riding at the beginning of this second half, and already seeing it do so much. Fang, as he was pushed out of the pistol round, he is just shoved under the first rifle. Steel taking this peek down below, and maybe one of these fights he would like to have back. The young SML comes to clear middle, but he just stays patient.
Fruit Cup, actually, the last of these players with a full belt of utility could have gone down in that moment where reaggression from Evan is met with a shot to the skull, but OG Wizard is still around that same bend. Doesn't want to play with that any longer, knowing that they're already softened. And even now, having gotten that kill, they don't need to go any further on their own. They don't need to activate as any sort of lurk. You can reconglomerate now. You can try to group and solidify. Will be this mid walk. Their pressure is leaning towards connector. The bomb in setting Fruit Cup up has dropped over utility for that to be the case. Catwalk seen, and now SBE need to make some hard decisions as far as rotations are concerned.
You should catch Slight with his head turn. SML with a huge decision to make. Quite a heads-up play. He even goes a step further. Manages to fit this wall bang out over to Fruit Cup, giving SBE this advantage here flipping late. The Portuguese player pulling this round into his own responsibility, shares it with Freshie in the end. This guy every day, Tony, is playing the most pressurous officials of his career. Last night was playing in a semifinal at CCT. That's the highest, sort of level of HLTV official he's been playing in. The next day gets to play in an Intel Extreme Masters closed qualifier. If I can spit it out, geez. I mean, that's some type of pressure, and this guy isn't phased by it. Was a little bit slow off the bench last night, but it's moving quite slight today.
Major lack of respect going on in the end of that last round that I don't think Boss were ready for in the slightest, regarding SML as well as Freshie when SML is calling that going to be making the plays that he is. It seems the communication lines are there. And although it might be slightly higher risk, certainly the reward is greater when they're already winning the rounds as they were. The default has not been broken from them on their sites. The server may have just crashed, but that's okay. It looks like we're back in it very swiftly, and it will be periodically having a bit of an issue and stuttering, but it looks like there's still a chance for those pistols. We're going to need to make sure that this is all squared away, as again, these things do happen. It's appreciative that you stick with us, though, as we do square those issues away.
Online Counter-Strike. Counter-Strike. Who do we have to blame? Who do you have to
blame? I don't know
But
anymore. Sometimes I think it's Valve. Sometimes I think it's Faceit when I'm going through the GoTVs on that platform. And sometimes I don't even know. Sometimes it's user error. But look at that. We're back.
And who do we have to thank? Our lovely production crew from getting us here to deliver you great news. If you're an SBE fan, they've just taken the lead on their map pick of Mirage from an 8-4 first half, 5 rounds in a row.
Also not yet done. As, oh no, a stab to the back on OG Wizard is less than ideal. I mean, given the fact they have the AWP, their one-shot potential is still there, prevalent. The smoke may have missed. Fang will still hit their shot. So if one thing doesn't land, at least Fang's accuracy shall. They give themselves a little bit more time to stall out in this area if they'd so please. But Freshie pulling off from A, there's an easy way in, and this is just well executed on a good timing.
This is Boss showing their next level, the quality of team that they could be on this T side. They just had to clean the palette of SBE real quick, kind of wash away their momentum for a second, give them a reality check. I think most importantly, this game back to a tie. That's a message. That's saying, look at how easily we can turn it around if we want to. Keeping SBE on their toes. And to be honest with you, Tony, that gets me excited to see their next reaction to the test, their next challenge right here. Got to see Steel get this active CT side moving. And things are getting a little bit disturbed at the moment. I'll save 4 players over.
Gonna get to be quite the turbulent ride for the last few rounds of this game. I mean, we're already within 4 of either team outright winning, so I doubt that there's going to be any lack of high pressure purchases for one, and for another, cooling off when need be. And I think SBE, despite maybe not needing to calm anybody down, might just need to get their head screwed on straight to where their lead was theirs for only a glimpse of a moment in this map. They need to go further beyond. They need to dig deeper, as you were mentioning, the fact that Steel wants to get a little bit more of an active or proactive CT side approach potentially. We'll have to see how active or proactive it can be. The ops in the back, we're not going to be seeing OG Wizard flying into any open source of really kills, whether it be apartments or in Palace. However, we may see the rifles get a little bit silly. Who knows?
Well, this is on Steel. I think a great praise to bring to these individuals. An example A is when SML turns up on its own decision to go ahead and strangle a double kill as the first half. And turning onto it, that was the multi-kill they needed. Moving off of the block of that pistol. Looking at SML, looking at Evan Kaw to have great round here. Sort of pound back.
I knew they'd go for a ramp walk.
Individual moment. You're absolutely right. This is a great investigation start to the round. Should tell them a whole lot.
The best part is that they don't need to stick around. I think many times you'll think to yourself as a player on a CT side where you gain that forward ground that you need to keep sitting on it. Well, alternatively, you can look to take even alternative space adjacent to it as they have in Palace. Now they not only that one position was relatively open and clear, but another just as well. The nades have come over ramp. No one's gone through with it, and Freshie will continue his walk. Slight is absolutely going to need to be the opening on that apps if they're going to be swinging on, because I think they're going to go quiet and dry, but they don't know just how obvious it is.
Great reaction shot out of OG Wizard to catch the lurk inside of window. Evan is so potent in these positions, and he gets to pull SML right in. Speaking of the devil of the two players, I was bringing up OG Wizard from the window. SML will get his fight, and Boss just denied access to this B site boldly, excuse me. Slight just sticking around, barely has room to breathe. Somebody's gonna be flanking him on TV room right now. That's Freshie checking in. What a nightmare. Evan gets to finish it off. The anchor of B brings SBE to double digits first.
It was an absolutely textbook round. SportsBet, man. That was really well done. He makes some relatively sound, easy decisions as far as high risk and high reward are concerned. Again, similarly, pardon to that, as to how they did towards the end of their T side, but also just get their bodies appropriately placed, with Steel being a part of those walk-ins, being a part of that information gathering. He can make educated decisions that the rest of the crew just need to say, yes, sir. And I believe that that's certainly what we've seen. This time around and about, though, we're going to be a little bit more spread as far as the A site's connections are concerned. OG Wizard having an op enables him to peer from either spawn side to site, or the site side to con. Been seeing and hearing very little on both fronts. Please go quiet. And they need to now go for at least a little something. Got one player on that balcony with a deep smoke on apps, and I think that that's going to be pretty good once that's faded. If Evan sees nothing, I mean, where else could they be with a minute on that timer?
Not to even make that confirmation. Molotov out. Is that a little bit of the tease from A ramp, and Evan Kaw, SML, they're going to be on their way. Freshie waiting. This is the linchpin position for Foley. I think Fruit Cup just got eyes on. He did. They completely crushed SBE's hopes to turn this 10th into an 11th so easily. It's a good thing they got money in the bank, Tony. Evan Kaw sticking around. In fact, for my money, pulling up a little bit too close to this situation with his AK. That's 2 killing boss executes, 2 in a row they brought to this A site. Trying at this. I mean, he's dropped the op. Stan's got his flank. I'm afraid it's only a matter of time for Evancaw. Just managed to escape the op, but for now, nice flick back onto Stan. Manages to collect this scope and stays just too long.
Bills goes up with bomb thanks to that tag. I mean, it's an additional $50 per kill that he had gotten there. So not keeping the op, but getting those kills kind of in compound makes it so this buy is still fine, right? I mean, maybe as of the next round, they're not going to be all too comfortable given thousands of dollars they could have had. But even so, I think that forcing reinvestments onto boss is also something that we can pay notice to. It's a Galil for Slight, no sniper for him. It's utility that's already off of the rip, looking a little bit dry, not enough to make me scared, but certainly in the post plant, a nade or two could be the difference. In this round 1, they've got their opponent near $0 right now due SPE. And loves his connector crawls, I must say. Looks like that's been a pretty consistent factor as well.
What a great entry found by Fruit Cup. This was just on a feeling. Timing to just get out here and make it happen on your watch. Stan right behind it. His connector crawl has been read. It's a brief man advantage as Fruit Cup puts the bomb down. And Evancaw is going to have to get in position a little bit faster than he did in the previous round. If he can put on pressure to these players at CT, the mouse jump out of Evancaw, the little mistakes add up here for SBE. Is they're right at the door of 11 rounds, Tony, but they're standing still. I think they're going to be sticking in the mud. They eventually turn back and hand boss the lead.
Now they need that off. Now they got to hit the save. Now they need to ensure that no one gets close enough to them to take it away. That much will be fine. $1,000 on Evans going to be major saving. They can pull out the coupon for and get a bit of a 2-for-1 special with them having saved a rifle then on. This feels like it's everything for SportsBetExpert to the point where I don't know if they have, I think they have one more timeout at the very least, if I'm not mistaken. And I probably would have taken it at this point. Again, boss don't feel all too healthy either. Could be an overtime affair at this point, slated up for, dependent on how this round goes and how quickly Bosco will actually potentially give us our answer sooner than we would have expected. A Molly to catwalk, incendiary more accurately will stop them in their tracks. There will be no full sprint. It will stop for a moment. The smoke will go, and HE behind it, and all these nades see Boss with not exactly what they were hoping to garner in the first 15, but a kill will take it.
Smell doing a lot to stop them up inside of cap, and right now it looks like he's interested in throwing his name into the middle of this round for a kill. Stan just disconnected from the middle of this round. That happened to him about 8 rounds earlier. Not anything you can do about that now. Damage has been dealt. Freshie is catching Slight, sprinting out of TV room. Bomb still down inside of middle. I'm not sure if that's too known of a factor. SBE, they couldn't be happier with this set of circumstances. SML find B-Wills. And again, when we were mentioning the pains of online Counter-Strike, sometimes you gotta roll forward without your brains. SML showing you the bronze in a couple of different situations. Had a great deal of utility shoved back to deny the hit in the first place. Big round out of the rookie.
Simply put, that's disappointing, though. That's round altering. That ruins the round for Boss, really. It's just everything goes sour from that point. Without Stanislaw, they don't have the bomb. They don't have control of it. They don't even have control of mid, effectively, Mark. There's a player in T-spawn, Freshie, listening for them to be running through the back of the apartments or to just hit a regular mid flank and lurk. And it is so easy when they feel that they need to get a player atop that C4 sooner rather than later. And they have their knife out. Why else would they be expecting there to be a player on that timing? Freshie obviously feeling all the more inclined to continue his walk, having seen that Stanislaw is no longer with us in the server at that moment. But now as the match is paused at 11-11, now that Boss don't get themselves a bomb plant, lack themselves the kills, and only have one player surviving with $0 to his bank after that fact, this could very well have been the map determined in a moment Hope that as well as Cat didn't pull out his power cord or something like that, because that thing is going up for adoption.
We'll have to claw it back. Jeez. Can't forgive the kitty? Come on, man. We'll be all good. Stan looks like he just rejoined the server right away, too, so it doesn't look like this is going to be too lengthy of a tech pause. Way to harp on it, right? But honestly, it can't be more unlucky for Boss just then.
I had a friend named Garrett whose cat pulled out his power cord when we were playing a LAN.
Really?
Yeah, it was
at
funny.
LAN? At LAN? How?
No.
did
We
that
were
even
playing.
occur?
We were playing on LAN.
Ah, gotcha.
At a LAN tournament.
Bringing your Xbox over to your homeboy's house type beat. I feel ya.
PCs, but yeah.
Yeah, apparently your PC is too big to bring to Atlanta, though.
True.
The logistical issue. Don't worry. We seem to be back in the A in one way or another. Just in spirit at 11:11, the road to Atlanta in the first map between SBE and Boss coming to a very exciting close.
Another quick con crawl. This time it's Fang put up into it, and they get their control that they were looking for so many a time. And SBE seemed pretty content with that being the case. They seem fine, giving them the room to play for in that direction so long as they get a little bit of piece of the action as well. It's connector that's going to be under scrutiny. It's window that could be boosted on, but they've got a forward, front side, A side setup. They need to be ensuring that their internal clocks are ready for them to be wrapping around their spawn side, though, as OG Wizard is just periodically now checking back and forth.
Gonna be a little bit risky from Boss. Freshie, a great double. They just pivot through these smokes in the pull. Now comes back. Couple of frags. Seen out of nowhere. Slight and Fang gotta take it all the way now. Just Slight off in this corner and he jukes out the op shot. OG feeling the nerves of this, but he's got SML on the backside. And the young Opper moves with his rookie. They've just got to get this angle needed. Molotov to make it a little bit more manageable.
Holy moly.
So close on their end. You can actually just hide within that smoke, just seeing the head of it. This is so awkward. SBE can't find a confident way to walk this forward. And you have the deadly Fang waiting inside of the ramp. A big swing, and he's got that first frag. OG takes it to the AK. A 1v1 against his former party astronaut teammates, and he nails it. OG Wizard hops on the bomb, and SBE get 12 first on their map selection.
You said awkward? Yeah, that's one way I would describe that round in the 2 versus 2. There was just nade after nade, flash after flash, and every counter piece thrown had one as an equal exchange from the other. You get that bomb plant off, that's all fine and dandy, but in points in time where they need to start these rounds to ensure that their once held lead is still their own, it's SBE who have gone one above and maybe 2 too many if they're able to take this one 13-11. Boss have got very, very little in the grand scheme of all that SBE have stockpiled up to this point to try and deny. It's not going to be pretty, but it is going to be Boss with the responsibility to show us that you can do more with less.
It's Stan to pass the test. Stan versus Steel. Feels like we go back in a time machine. They turn it up in 2026 on their way to Atlanta. The last hit inside of regulation, and Boss are going to feel it back out to B, starting with 2 frags to the positive for the Portuguese player. This is why they picked him up, the triple kill. And now B-Wills, last alive in a 1v3. SBE about to pop up. One map atop Boss here at the beginning of our upper bracket. B-Wills can't even start the clutch before the Canadian cornerstone departs with his life. 13-11. SBE shutting down that Mirage versus Boss.
That was a solid game, I would say. I think that there was a lot on display for both rosters, and frankly, more impressed with SportsBetExpert than I anticipated to be leaving map number 1. Not that I didn't expect them to win it necessarily, but I was certainly with my reservations about their likelihood against a roster such as Boss.
Absolutely. Have seen in a lot of tough competition lately. And on paper, when SBE are pulling up into those stronger opponents like a Marsborn, it is seriously one-sided on paper sometimes. But SBE provide here on a Mirage that I've gotten to see in the limited time that I've gotten to watch this SBE roster. They picked it every time. They're 7-1 in advance. They play a whole lot of Mirage there. And that time, their practice pays off, Tony. Commiserations to Boss, too. An 8-4 first half they put up. Stan dealing with some DCs, a slow game out of Fruit Cup. That one has got to hurt.
I will say, though, the most daunting task of this series as far as a singular map is concerned for either of these two rosters for me was always going to be Nuke. And with that being our second map, SportsBetExpert, in my opinion, have their work significantly cut out for them. A CT side to begin on, maybe a little bit of an easing into it, but it won't be easy in the slightest, in my opinion, if they can't early show initiative.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. The way back up, excuse me, for Boss on that Nuke where they may be just subtly with the advantage. It is their map pick after all, and we got to see if Stan can pick his roster back up. Gonna see that in about 13.5 minutes time when you return to the road to Atlanta at the Intel Extreme Masters.
Hey, more Counter-Strike left today. Don't get too tired on me. We've got ourselves not only one more map, at least here, between SportsBetExpert and Boss, but as well as there an upcoming upper qualifier round to go through with myself and Mark on the show for you. Mark, let's talk a little bit about Mirage and a lot of bit about what we come to expect here up on Nuke.
Excuse me, it appears I was muted this entire YAP sesh. Don't worry, you got a second caster in here, Tony, and I'm not falling asleep on you. My mic might have been muted there for a second, but I'm not falling asleep on you. This is probably the most excited I've been about this SBE project. I mean, each time I've gotten to watch them, they've lost 2-0, but it's been some of these close losses, right? And it was almost looking like that Mirage could be the same, but they finally flip it there at the end against a Boss squad that they're definitely not favored against at all. So that win on their map pick is great. I know you wanted to talk a lot about Nuke. You know it's my favorite map. I'm so hyped to get back on there. But to be honest with you, I feel like Boss are going to be feeling it themselves. I feel like there are large favorites walking in here to the second map, and where I feel like before these series were getting started, we were, kind of breaking them down, deciding which one of them could be a 3-map or which could just be a quick 2-0. And we were back and forth upon this one, Tony. I think now it's got to go all the way for Boss's sake.
Yeah, I think that's kind of where I'm at right now in my headspace. I was building up to that storyline at the ends of the last map regarding how I thought the series would go, prematurely predicting that Nuke was a guarantee for Boss. That was the one that I was feeling almost 100% certain on. And looking now into the future, as far as what we'd witnessed on the last map, the CT side of SBE was just that little bit better across the board, from top to bottom, from players 1 to 5. And that is a map like Nuke, it's its best quality when you have everybody firing off on all cylinders, or at the very least holding their own and appropriately enabling everyone else in order to have their impact heard throughout. That's an important point of contact to mention, because if you go on HLTV and you're a stats Andy and you pull up the CT side numbers, they don't look all that different from between these two teams, outside of the number of deaths that SportsBetExpert had withheld. And in the same rounds play that their opponents had, the full 24, 12 rounds of pop and piece, you could see that the round swing in percentages was just that more top heavy and impressive when it came down to it. And I think that if we go into this one seeing almost a similar level to that, maybe my initial predictions may be out the window.
Pulling up into this one, ready to get it gauged again. Looking on our expectations where we pulled to the page, our stat lines, Fang gonna be putting up a good level in the second map. Got to, in order to reach this Inferno. Trading frags, trading punches, one uppercut delivered by OG out of these dualies. Fruit Cup makes his way to this bomb site. Problem is here, no bomb for Boss. They gotta fish this back out of lobby.
Yeah, Slight can get a hold of it, and he also can be relatively sane about the idea that outside is a pretty clear way back, but he can't get it alone is the only problem. And in dedicating all this player in numbers to getting that, they lose their A site foothold. And unfortunately for the side of SBE, in my opinion, be meeting it ahead in the 3 versus 3, where if OG Wizard can't collect onto his first, his teammate's not going to have an easy time. 2, though, yeah, that is exactly what the doctor had ordered. An apple a day keeps Boss away. Looks like Slight going to be giving us a little bit more of a fight, so I'm not going to call it out entirely, because this apple may be made into sauce, as Boss have 1 man left to do it and only 3 points of HP on Steel between him, and being able to do so as the both of them locked in to this A site on hold to the door. It's Slight still ready, but Steel even more so, and it will, after all, still after the 3K of OG Wizard, be there first, although it was a nail biter.
Doesn't fall too much further off the tree as you were putting it, Tony. Steel with that 1v1 again, unfavored in the HP fight. Had that type of take versus Boss in that first map as well, when placed up against Fruit Cup earlier in the half, winning a great one. Second pistol round taken in a row by this SBE team as they get to start this time on the CT side. We expected that. We're expecting Stan and Co. to pull up and leave a nice random boss onto this nuke. Really wasn't one I got to see all the time when this boss roster was, you know, working with Bentley. New brand, new vibe of this thing entirely. One you definitely have to up the ante on. It's good on Marsborn, it's good on NRG and M80's dime, so it's got to be sharp. He wills this Tech 9, they're going to try and chase him down, but OG at range.
Getting Fang to this glass window. He's had everybody else falling around him. So breaking it open will just give away his position. The door is also closed. The same story there. Oh, and throwing all their cash to this second round. They've been met with very little success, in stark contrast to what both these teams were able to pull off on Mirage. I think Bro is just going to use his HE to try and feign that he's to the left. He'll break both at the same time. If there were anybody actually close enough, they may have had to keep themselves second guessing, but it ain't happening.
This is
It's going to be just the one kill at most, I can only imagine, because everyone is here, not even the singular.
That looks so frightening from our point of view on the X-ray, seeing all 4 players ready to just dish out onto Fang there when he walked it all the way up. That first force taken out, crumpled, and thrown into the bin. SBE begin Nuke exactly how they imagined it going in the best case scenario. They keep this going one round at a time. I kind of think we're keeping our expectations. Nobody's getting too excited about this. We know how bang bang these pistols can be. And even the yap round with these clocks, Tony. I'm excited to get the measure of the boss project. I'll stop yapping for a second because it feels like Freshie just wants to get his hands on a couple of ecos, but I think I rate this move highly. You know, I think it was disappointing to see how that wild card project, you know, ended onto that Stan chapter. Now it feels like wild cards, you know, front office, their management is kind of taking control, you know, furthermore, that roster going further with Peeping as the focal point of that. Riding through the open qualifier to get here, much like SBE did. I think I'm liking them more and more through every single feat. Stan just DC'd again. Technical issues continue for the Canadian IGL.
Actually looked like he cratered outer yard.
Are you joking?
I think he died due to fall damage
like,
on yard.
That's one hell of a propaganda job we just did to make up for him potentially falling to his death in game.
And yeah, I'm all down. I'm all down to play cover up for Bro, but I see an X on the mark outside right now. I think he tried jumping to Unbreakable, got shot by the SMG, and then cratered because he was too low on health.
Oh, Stan.
Oh, that's funny.
Well,
but
if we were going to say that things were getting worse based off him DCing again, I still think we can go with that angle. He falls to his death. Lucky for him, he gets to look forward to the first rifle round appearing for Boss in round number 4.
Other news on the side of Passion versus Mouse. They're currently 9-6 up on CT side Nuke right now. Passion UA. They're getting a little bit pressured, but speaking of any sort of Nuke pressure between these maps, yes, I think we're going to be seeing a similar sense of self on this map. If SBE continue to press their thumbs down on the throats of these boss players, not really able to get off their first of these leaps and bounds without having lost a body.
Slide up close. He sees SML jump spotting inside a lower. Catches a reasonable amount of damage off of that grenade. For SML hops back. Just going to be watching his time. Rotates back over to the clock position. Stan keeping all ideas active towards the end. It feels like getting cold feet about this B hit.
I don't have any more than the one smoke to use, so if we're to go up to the A site, they will have needed to use it pretty much from spawn, and with nobody stationed in that direction with such a PC utility, B is really all they've got. It's going to be fine. I mean, it should be more than fine, as a matter of fact, with SML being in a spot that should very well be hard cleared, with Nades doing a brunt of the heavy lifting in every other spot space. One bullet will do the trick, and as his toes are seen, he might get his one. I think that that's more than could have been expected from him, to be frank, but they're still going to be okay with that, so long as they don't lose anybody else on early extremities. Slight ensuring that that will be the case, however, and now sweat starts to appear on the brow of SBE.
Trying to go quickly down vent. Gonna regret it. Quickly out of ramp. Evan evens the odds. 2v2 for it. HP is so low, but the time is so far. B-Wills, that just goes on a spam, and he deals with the issue before it actually becomes too hard to tear. Evan will remove himself from the round. There isn't retaking this from SBE. They quietly tried to get back into position to send themselves in, but Boss acquired this first round to survive. It took a hard take to get back down. Gauge SML out. You just get a little bit of a different vibe there. Freshie stays alive for a little bit longer.
Scenario for sure. Freshie and Slight. I mean, if we're going to be doing this thing we always do on every broadcast, it feels like, and drawing webs of players and their histories together, and also mentioning Wildcard in any breath, Freshie and Slight originated from Wildcard effectively together, no less. So,
yep.
Seeing those two guys now on opposite ends of this, as well as the fact that a number of the players amidst this server have crossed paths and now find themselves up against each other, as the storyline we built in the pre-show that unfortunately wasn't heard regarding the fact that SBE is trying to put together something with some finances behind it, while Boss are seeking those finances and resources to say they can do it as well. They need to prove that they're worth it.
Community certainly thinks so. Through crowdfunding, they were able to find their way to 3 lands they've signed up for in the next 2 months. Fruit Cup onto SML as he continues to go and find his impact as one of these lurk players. Shadow seen. Freshie will get that trade onto his former Blue Jay teammate, as you were just aligning the blueprints and the histories between everybody. SBE considering getting active in this round through lobby, but they hear the bomb being planted, all the ruckus down below. I think they'll just leave it alone. B-Will's gonna get active. Evan caught, turns the corner. Free kill. This won't change anything, though.
Changes nothing. Popular quote for a villain to their protagonist adjacent that just saved their life or something, where, I mean, on the contrary, it feels like taking lives changes very little in the grand scheme of this round. I like that AK-47 on Fang. I wish there was a 4th red team logo as opposed to doubling up on LGB, but I'm an LGB fan, so I'll take it, you know.
I know you love your Swedish CS.
Yeah.
I know
I mean, also, funny enough, he's got eye by power on that AK, so.
There you go. Well, maybe not too great of implication in history there, but pretty swag stickers, if I do say so myself.
Agree.
Hey, happy ending. Steel's still competing. In the play right now. Not sure how long-term his position on this SBE project has to go, but like we mentioned, I mean, this is a signed team, right? Steel playing to develop a lot of these players. I would love somebody to get the opportunity to interview Steel. Hopefully we get the chance to see this SBE team at Frag York or another tournament like that soon, Tony. Would love to pick his mind on that. Speak of the devil, because he's going to get his hands dirty. Steel inside of ramp. Just protects and delays this hit for another 10 seconds. Oh, just
laying
right
is
on
one
sand.
thing, but just straight up stomping out the player amidst that smoke, and Steel just sending not a lucky spam, but a calculated one that will hold full accuracy. It's less than accurate as OG Wizard, despite having been given the position to do so. Love what I'm seeing from Steel right now. The damage is superb. A kill turn 2, and a 3rd could very well have been onto Fruit Cup, but he'll take an additional 90 damage on top of now allowing his teammates to reasonably go for this retake. They still sit on the upper bomb sites.
They're going to be shimmying their way down in time. Can't waste a lot of this. You know how much they need every second of this retake to calculate this hit. Evan into single door. You got SML and Freshie. They're going to collapse on the double. One of the most cookie cutter retakes you can get of the lower bomb site. Evan checks in and now makes the line known. Sees Fruit Cup, holds it strong into the corner on 10 HP. SML squares up onto Fang, and that's a great start. But right here, getting cold feet about this hit. Freshie goes a little bit further. There's kids here. They might be able to even find the kill onto Fruit Cup, as there's just no way. Committed to it way too late. They wanted the last second, 5-second defuse. The boss, they're ready to tussle like that and take it all the way to the finish line.
Not exactly the full finish just yet. It's the first leg of this race we've just completed. 6 rounds in to our potential 24. So the first of the 400 meters has been completed. Neither team actually ahead of one another in terms of rounds, but as far as the T-side expectancy, I think Boss have given us a very solid way of making a statement against all rifles, ops or otherwise. And even when SBE has things going right, now they're starting to be a little bit exposed. The gaps are becoming more apparent.
Yeah, we do know that we were, coming in expecting a little bit less from SBE off the rip, but the heat that we've kept check onto Steel, multiple avenues of this. You're clearly getting a lot more energy out of Evancaw, 5-2. Only 1 casualty of this round removed too. This will be a better financial brick to put in the bed. Holding on to this op. 1 premium rifle they have access to, but not holding on to the lead. Boss pulls ahead by 1.
Kind of hoping to see a little bit more of the same level of tenacity that Steel was employing on the CT sides of Mirage here. I haven't really seen them build out too much of a greater game plan, though, in that fashion. Whereas only now we're starting to see them get more active in that same space. It's at ramp that kill is good, but SML getting another one is great.
No.
OG Wizard too high of a sensitivity for that one, but turning back and adjusting, better for it, but then shaking back. Stanislaw on the attack, but losing so much ground and losing all the bodies in that one position makes this one a bit of a sour note to end your round on if they can't get into lower for a plant.
There it is. Long range timing, headshot taken on its Stanislaw. This round taken all the way forward. OG, the jitterbug with how fast that sense was looking. A couple of the flicks back. Had to make one. Freshie can take it all the way to the finish line. The Portuguese player turns the corner and turns his head inside out. 4-4 SBE with a very timely victory here on the defense. This is going to give them a great goose egg to step right on top of financially from the round prior where they saved 4 players.
Golden Goose.
Canadian Goose.
Okay.
Stan, Freshie, everybody's separated. Haven't heard
together in pride, and right now very prideful. I can only imagine about what they've been able to procure as far as T-side rounds are concerned, and this one being a round delivered potentially through a spam to the smoke, where Steel has been successful, now has given a little bit of that same power over to his opponents. They may have found the Michael Jordan ball and put their hands on top of it. It was Space Jam reference. I don't know how old we are in chat, but
figure
not
you're
that old.
Maybe just missing the mark. All the 90s kids are gonna love you, Tony. Don't worry, I hear there's a sequel. Not sure who was of quality. Surprise, surprise. We're forward to it. It seems like everybody stands still. Next sequence outside, that's, I mean, just fluttering off of one flash. True Cup to walk it forward. And this is a man that's responsible for really communicating and being the eyes and ears of Boss for a whole lot right now. Find his way to a heaven flank, Tony, with 35 remaining. Deep CT clear. $20 and ticking.
I'm always a Counter-Strike favorite. Running it down is something that I think in-game leaders like Stan and Steel are no strangers to, but holding on to utility and being able to stuff them, change their game plan, ruin it perhaps, maybe exactly what Stanislaw had feared, a nade to the top of his body, but cover to heaven, a swing from SML is all they can hope for to deny it, and he won't give his life away to Slight, who was likely posted again.
Oh, the jump spot. He's seen this player getting ready to throw the util in CT. Instead of going back and taking that free kill, he's got to help what's actually important in this round. Slight seen in the corner of Mini, but not going to be able to register that fight again, or even the security of the escape. OG Wizard got to watch his back. Great round out of B-Wills, dropping 3 bodies in the site. This is Boss looking through a whole lot of different avenues right now, taking it late. You were talking about Steel and Stan, no strangers to it, able to get their work and not feel the pressure, even when SML is standing with 9 seconds remaining in the sense to deny the plant. Put a lot of, you know, credit over to Fruit Cup there. I feel like he set up a lot of info for that hit. Couldn't quite see the flank to him. You know, a lot of those B-Wills frag come in coordination, 3 of them, Tony. But there was a lot that was just organized in the meantime for that 5th. You may not have the biggest scoreboard at 2 and 9, but Fruit Cup is certainly doing a lot.
There's a lot of toes being singed right there in order to get across, but very little damage actually having been inflicted on top of them will not stop them on their way through. Won't even really slow them down by any meaningful way either. Oh, if we're going to be talking about the lower setup, it's going to need more than just one, in my opinion, because trades were going to be there. The spacing was fine and dandy. Slight's even going to be able to, on a timing, potentially catch off this player at Mini. I thought he would have been the one to die, given they were just fading with him in between them. Quick reactions see him successful once more.
Potentially with that kill just offered up at Mini, might be the idea, creeping in the back of the head of Stan right now to take this all the way back up to A. Though, Stan with the bomb on his back, he's having to commit down to take this control. It's all a fake. He's going to be bringing this bomb the long ways out of secret. Here comes Evan Kaw to ruin it all. And if he could just wait a couple more seconds, he can't actually complete the kill, but he may need to just wait for a minute. Keep ammunition in the clip, ready for the low HP players. But this is the next level. This is OG Wizard, and he invites B-Wills into the site. Reaction shot! Some of the best out of this young gun. And the Ukrainian player goes further, gonna test through the smoke, but everybody's afraid.
Certainly one hell of a Counter-Strike tool. Steel doesn't really seem to be all that worried. Didn't hear the zoom of the player to his left. He actually unzooms in that last moment in order to just hit the quick scope. No scope required, but no bomb means no round one, means no chance for Slight unless a last second no scope. Didn't even let the gun fire off, seeing as he wanted his money and his very important weapon to a lot of their success, I will have said, in Boss on their T-side campaign. Got one more round. I mean, with him on $0, though, I think you just go all in.
I think you definitely have got to flip your bet at some point. Boss, knowing that a lot of this can flip off of the 7-5. It's about, I think, establishing the energy. And SBE, feel it through the function, coming down to the close quarters, opping right there. Just spectacular stuff you see out of OG Wizard. Nothing will get me more hyped than that, Tony. That was the level he was putting out last night versus Marsborn in a shutout loss. Knew they wanted to avenge that type of energy. Come back to leave a message to the top 5 teams in North America. Boss very much trying to become one of those names. Steel, here's the flash right by his head, but he hasn't made the contact yet. They haven't even seen his backside. Steel to provide. He actually sees in further. Doesn't pull the trigger. He knows that there's got to be multiple players around and checking up close. He gets the light. But was this really worth waiting the full 30 seconds?
Might have been, though, because he knew that the op had the post on the drop and that Evan was on the wrap and that another player on the farthest extremities of this map in SML could have gone down lower to try and play with that fact. And I think that's exactly what they will have bet on, that he will have his timing on the drop, but great awareness and shot from Fang. Nobody in T-Con, but it won't matter so long as they can just keep bomb completely covered.
Freshie swing off that single door, and Fruit Cup not ready for it. Fang like a turret up top. Looking classic the way he denied the double door swing. And that is the player that you have here waiting for it all. They may not even want to face him. They definitely do not. The decision to give up 6 is an understandable one. Leaving this B bomb site alone. Boss got a brawl for it. SBE with an awkward CT round. But they're still sturdy for it. Got OG on the ingredient needed. Freshie gets to keep over a premium rifle. Gonna get really desperate. The rest of those names, though, money is the problem here.
Money, money, money. What the whole world runs on and what drives the whole world mad at the same time, it feels like, Mark. And certainly can't be too happy with the fact that you're ending this CT half with, at best, a tie. And at reality, face value, not enough to where you want to compete against what's against you, but Seal on the spam, that ramp, would be a pretty easy place for him to be able to find his one relatively regularly, I will say. And this is just everything in Freshie's hands. This is everything.
Slight might have seen him from the backside. He's just gonna sprint. Unfortunately, he has just missed Stanislaw. Didn't check also far into the corner. And SBE didn't collect the most they likely could have off of that adjustment. Steel always alive in the late round, and he extends his hand. The rookie versus the veteran in the server. Stan pops down the vent, and the Portuguese player is going to have to go chasing after him. But where? No fake at the A site. It is going to be the commitment to the Bravo base.
Picks up a little bit of util to work with as well that may come in handy with a kit on his back. That smoke becomes a weapon above all else, honestly. A weapon of the mines in this game. The weapons on his hand may be all the more important to him as he keeps his gun out for the split second required. Stanislaw looked like he had the angle for him, but 6-6, again, the best they could have hoped for. But even then, just enough. As we go into this next half, they'll have one more chance. But boss, they've done enough on this T side to make me a believer.
So a satisfactory 6 that you talk about, Tony, coming out of that first half for Boss. And while that may be true, even coming onto their CT side, I would say it's definitely smashing expectations from where we expected this SBE squad to come out of this first half of Nuke looking. And to be honest with you, the fact that they can still edge out a pistol, flip a couple coins, and end up with the rest of this T side is appalling.
To reserve my full understanding of how this game will finish, but do stand by the fact that I think CT side needed to be where it was at for SBE. I think that that is something that can be easily said for all teams, but particularly in this matchup, given how that first map had ended and given what they were showing their best on, I think as a Boss do settle in, we're going to see an activation from Slight to a level where already on the T side, we were starting to see him hit some shots that were necessary of him. In that time frame, we might not have seen Fruit Cup elevated to the level we know and are ready to witness from him. But again, CT side is the best spot for him to just have the T's funnel into his crosshair and prove what he does best.
If SBE are to pull up the upset here, it is a requirement. It is necessary that they get 100% of the pistols pulled in this game as they go down on Nuke for the lower hit.
Right into what could be the Lion's Den. Players swarming. SML just attempting to break down barriers placed that his teammates slam into head-on collision. Unsuccessful in getting through that, but at the very least pulling all of Boss right where they wanted them to gain a couple extra $100 at the very least. And now Stanislaw, from Evil Genius's time, his favorite way of retaking that site would be to throw 2 flashbangs in through for his Heaven teammates to flood and a late active player in through Mini. It looks like that exact setup is what we're going to be set right now, Mark. My brain has deja vu like no other.
Will he succeed the same way? Dropping to the floor, it's B-Wills to spar, and he's gone pretty far for that first frag. SML has to pivot and turn that corner and pull 4 heads off. It's Steel that helps him out, denies the ace in the hand altogether, but SBE separate all 5 fingers for that second half pistol. That's what I was talking about. It was a requirement to get both of these.
I can't fathom how they're allowed to even get that many shots off, Mark. I thought, my heart of hearts, that after 1, 2, 3, surely we were done, right? Like, surely that was the end of his reign of terror amidst those players, but I'll take an upset of that nature so long as it's exciting as it was. That's Counter-Strike for you, and from that point forth, it's only going to be a little bit for them to utilize, and in that pressure that they've placed inside inner, it will immediately be overrun, and Freshy's feeling fine.
Is it even worth the force here? We see how this one actually unfolded. Just melted off your screen. Make the scream from Mac 10. Dictated from Freshy. Catching a couple of shots through that corner. Got a couple of highlights from SML at the beginning of Mirage. There you get probably one of his best. And hopefully that's a moment where the young player can sort of wash a little bit of the nerves he must be feeling off. Again, last night was probably the most important official he's ever played in his HLTV official career in a semifinal. Don't worry, he's won championships inside a collegiate. That may sound funny the way I say it out of my mouth, but legitimately, that's a way to tease way of competition and actually get a feeling for how this is supposed to go. Right, you see that 4K he comes up with in the pistol, and you see why he was potentially brought into this roster kind of out of nowhere, it feels like. You know, playing in the collegiate space, around and advanced, you know, where he was at before that. You're gonna have to go into the demos, watch this kid to find out that type of stuff. It seems like their homework was done properly, and they've got a really talented rifler over here.
I don't think anybody can doubt that when you're seeing it unfold in front of your very eyes. So, now having mentioned the fact that was that last round force all the worth it? And the answer, resounding no. You're going to be given the keys drive along this clear path. One in front of them. Fast lane is where they look to set them on set to a potential 2-0. And even the clapback in round number 16 that we're yet to see is going to be one that may just have all that we would have wanted, or at the very least what Boss would have wanted to remain competitive.
You get a free kill, I think, off of this 5-7. Not too easy for Fang out of that corner. Fang sits with a scoreline of 5-12. Never something I'm able to usually report. I feel like when I'm casting Fang, he's single-handedly taking over the server. The only time, honestly, I remember casting him and he wasn't when we was subbing for Getting Info. It kind of felt like, you know, he was doing the best what a sub was asked to do, sort of fill in the gaps, you know, but not be too bold. He was doing amazing stuff, but, you know, from where we're getting to catch him out on the betterment of that Party Astronauts project, I mean, he was just a demon. You know, the only concern you've ever had with Fang is I think about attitude and never really performance here. Always can have a bit of an inconsistent cue, a bad game, a bad day at the office. And honestly, if it ends up being 2-0, you can credit that for Boss, but also an amazing output from SBE at the moment. They're really looking impressive on this nuke from where my expectations were. Hopefully Ben Leet can fix it in the time to talk now tone.
Yeah, and I guess we get that same level of time. I was doing my little like flow chart of like where the players have played before and how they've really come about. It's kind of funny to me to see how many of these players do originate from some variety of Blue Jays or Wildcard.
It's really crazy. I absolutely agree. I know you mentioned this earlier, you know, talking about the webs, the coaching trees, if you will, you know, judging some of that, where, you know, Ben Lee gets to start his right now. That's probably one of the best parts about our job.
Yeah, and I like it when we're not like necessarily recycling, and it's more so just seeing like little reunions in new and fresh ways, exciting ways, right? I think this is probably these two teams up against one another might not be, you know, the best example of that, but it's about as close to it as we've had in a while at this level. That doesn't feel like it's just the reuse of the same assets, as Evan is a very new piece to the scene, as well as a very new piece to this team, previously having played for the main roster, benched, brought back in place of Trojan after a setting where the wins just weren't coming in as the way that they would have wanted. I think right now this is the best we will have seen from FBE, potentially out of any 5 they've fielded thus far.
After, quote, the most embarrassing loss of the season, said the SBE Twitter account. Made that move of Trojan. You know, I know that was a bad loss, but so was last night versus Marsborn. I think they've taken it to heart, showing up with a whole lot of energy today. The hot hand back to Stan and his crew. All of a sudden, they subtract, and now it's Slight all alone. He's got to leave one of these clutches in his arms. Shots all over the place. Opportunities to pull up to a clutch. But right now, OG Wizard and Evan Kaw got to reorganize. And they are going to be going to the lower bomb site. Slight one step ahead with this door already ajar. It's to go. It surprises opposing Opper. OG dropped to the floor. Evan Kaw up in the clutch to communicate this, to calculate. In less than 18 seconds, the missed shot. And he just chases down Slight, who pulls the sidearm and puts him in his place. It is bots that are still alive on this nuke, whether you like it or not.
Really solid entry point for Evan to start this round, and an ugly fumble on the AK versus pistol with the door, the one thing between them enabling Slight to get the sidearm in hand. And if we're be completely honest with you, that's one Evan should never be letting loose. Under any circumstance that requires the criticism of mechanics that a round where could have set them on to double digits to the 6 that Boss hold now, it's instead given their opponents some place to actually stand on their own 2 feet.
Finally left with one of those clutches like I was demanding. Boss finally leaving with one of those swing round victories, finally just swinging for it themselves. Steel says, we are just going to use our own devices. A flash that he pops and pulls to 2 entries. Steel's individual level has been impressing in back-to-back days. Here looking to close 10 rounds upon Boss's head himself. But Stan still active outside. Fang long range, he's got that onto Fresh G. And the Portuguese player, he just knows something is up. It seems like he was right about to flip the page on Stan there, but he gets into a harder position to beat out in the end. Back turn of Stanislaw, and he will get the free headshot. There is no retaking this now, 2v4.
Trying to hold on to that sniper once more, given chance now to do so and not just outright win a clutch. That would have been cool. They've been there, done that. To let that one slip. Double the amount of kills they do. Deaths as SML, and that certainly a feel-good moment, I can only figure. Giving them a run for their money. Don't be too overzealous and giving up what you've got either right now if you are SBE. You're not exactly out of this neck of the woods for the series, or rather the map, financially speaking. I don't know what the next move is here for Boss, and I think that if Stanislaw has a call to make out of freeze time, that's all well and good. They know they've got loss bonus starting to stack round after round, so if they really do want, they can just take the time to discuss when that rifle is in hand for not only just 2. So, safe bet for the op to be yard, I would say, and it's a reasonable time for them to get active is one where they've got to do something with their backs up against the wall.
This is where Slight feels the most natural. Love these aggressive positions to be in, but just gotta make the most of them. Stan elsewhere has found SML, the rookie player gone by the USP. Fang with the 1 premium rifle is pulling this round together. B-Wills, P250 around the corner, and they depart with 3 frags. Blink your eyes. You may miss the turnaround for SBE as they go into the lower bomb site. They don't just decide that A is satisfactory enough.
Smoke will cover for if they want to retreat after the plant to the ramp player and Fang, who won't be able to spot them. That molly will lock them. There is no way for them to fight on the other side site. Uji will burn, no bullets will land in the spam, although it will have gotten them through back in towards inner lower side of this. Fang and Stanislaw, 2 new recruits, certainly the ones you would want in a scenario such as this, and remaining lines of communication open. No additional nades to try and stuff any spots in space as the single door remains open to keep them on their toes as Steel swings high. They don't know where they're being shot from as Fang is more attentive to single, thinking the swing was from Wizard at double. It's wrong. You would be mistaken. And SBE are in prime time position to close on not only Nuke, as well as in their opening game here in the upper bracket 8 against a solid team to do it too.
I just have to wonder how shocked everybody must feel watching this at home, seeing that round get fumbled. Boss just have it right by the goal line, and getting that eco across, it just took a couple more inches. Steel and OG Wizard, know that they got hands. SBE not to be taken lightly after a start to the close qualifiers like this. 2 rounds away from moving on in our upper bracket. To make it a long road for Stan and Co. Nuke Boss brand. Fang and Stan couldn't bring that line over. But Steel refreshed back into the scene. 4 new players he gets to see for the very first time. And he looks like he's lighting them up. Individually, calling a great game. Joshua Nissan is above 20 kills. SML lost as SBE was looking to investigate lower.
Wasn't really a trade set up as effectively as they would have hoped for with OG Wizard there, present, but not actually stable in situations where he's got feet between him and his Patriot that disabled them from doing very much. Steel on the swivel, worried about both sight as well as tops of HUD. Deals with the ladder.
Wow.
Nade to Fruit Cup's feet and below, and I think that he might just
On
be a
1
dead
HP.
man, and if he wasn't before, he sure as hell is now.
Unreal. Just play a little bit of dodgeball out in Fruit Cup's area code. He can't dodge it. B-Will's going to be put in the bag and sent away. 5-round lead. Overtime required for Boss to stay alive here in the upper bracket. Their trip to Atlanta is seeing some delays just on the first leg of the trip, Tony. Hate to get it going like this.
Spot out now that there is a pretty deep pressure from Boss. They know that taking themselves as seriously as need be with no map and safety net for times call for desperate measures, and they may meet their maker inside inner in a moment. Looks like they've just barely missed the entrenchment onto the backlines where only Evan holds, but they are going to look even further and beyond. They drop a nade to their teammate there. Fruit Cup, that could be a giveaway to the player in Squeaky, a sound cue worth the while. They've already wrapped through heaven, and B-Wills is here, but for what can he do when he's got nothing but himself and his FAMAS?
And going back for it, B-Will's in coordination. These SMGs, they dangle the keys right in front of SBE's face, so turn it around and disgrace Boss. This is their map pick. This was their series, and they bullied the hell out of them. The one man who seemed so favored in a clutch before, slight meant to pick up the pieces as OG Wizard looks to thread the dang needle through the back of his head. The Portuguese player back turn, and OG Wizard sees out of the single door. Slight ready for the fight, but not ready for OG Wizard in the end. 2-0. SBE collects their best HLTV victory to date at the beginning of the Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta qualifier.
Dude, this is an absolute W if you are SportsBet, man. If you were looking back on the previous results, as we were discussing, they weren't perfect. They weren't pretty. Very many of them, as a matter of fact, the opposite. But this a turning point potentially for what has been now a little more time with this 5 to now gel against the Boss roster on Nuke that I was fully ready to support and taking this to a third. I have been absolutely shut up. This is now slating up for a step up into an organization even higher than that, a level of any in this qualifier so far. To be honest with you, in Passion UA, they have themselves the greatest of tasks up ahead of them with a lifeline in lowers, even if they are to lose. Whereas now, again, as mentioned, this being a 2 and double elimination bracket has Boss with their own chance to make a run, but one in where we will have to wait for a little while longer, though.
Yeah, we're going to be waiting. Don't you worry. There is still Counter-Strike on the dock. We just flipped to our lower bracket here, where Team Mouse are going to be fitted to go up against Boss. On the other side of that, you have that RAVE squad who did forfeit, unfortunately, in their first game. So I think jury's still out as to how their tournament is actually going to be going here. Tony, you would really be ashamed to see them forfeit all the way out of an Intel Extreme Masters opportunity here for the X-Skin RAVE squad. But that is where I think you probably pulled the most entertaining round of 8 game out. I think probably the biggest upset potential that you probably could have seen, right? Not as neck and neck, as you have Wildcard and VOCA, I think, about to go to a third map as well. It looks like Wildcard is about to set the scene for that exactly. But Tony, I mean, where we get to take these next couple of steps, I mean, that, like I said, is the greatest HLTV victory that SBE have to date, and they can go ahead and have another opportunity to one-up it, right? Like, the only thing they get close to this is, I forgot they went to that DreamHack Atlanta, funny enough, knockout qualifier land. They ran into Imperial there. It was a close 2-0 loss that they had, but, I mean, versus Marsborn, blowout losses. Versus teams, the Boss level, blowout losses, and today they changed that, but now they get to go up against North America's very finest.
You certainly do. And as mentioned, that'll be in a little bit of time, as you can already see on your screen, 53 minutes before we return, maybe with that or maybe another match. But until we do return, it's myself and Mark thanking you for joining us thus far, and to stick around for just a little while longer, as there is more to be determined in this day of the Atlanta 2026 IEM closed qualifier.
What's it gonna be? Where's your head at? Where's my head at? Watch how the waves they're chasing each other, and they let it be. Where's the shore at? Where's the shore at? Loud gets louder, fast gets faster. Your mom told me pride aside, I don't know which of us is right, but let's just get on the same page tonight. The same page tonight. I don't know which of us is right, but let's just get on the same page tonight. The same page tonight. Kinda miss you. Kinda miss you. Wanted to lay my hand on your shoulder for a minute, babe. We grew stronger. We grew stronger. Loud gets louder, fast gets faster. Your mom told me pride aside, I don't know which of us is right, but let's just get on the same page tonight. The same page tonight. I don't know which of us is right, but let's just get on the same page tonight. The same page tonight. You're pulling that way into another. What's it gonna be? Don't know which of us is right, but don't know which of us is right, but let's just get on the same page tonight. The same page tonight. Don't know which of us is right, but let's just get on the same page tonight. The same page tonight. Can you hear what I must say? I've been feeling quite away from you, but the time has done its thing, and I feel better. I feel okay. I feel okay. Can you hear what I must say? I've been feeling quite away from you, but the time has done its thing, and I feel better.
been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. I've been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. I've been thinking about your love tonight. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. I've been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. Your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. I've been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. I've been thinking about your love tonight. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. I've been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide.
Whatever happened to make a fool out of me? I was lost in the idea of it all. Too many years I'll be suffering here, burned out right now. And I don't know where I run to, but it could be oblivion. I dream I was making love to a whole new life. Learn my lesson once, I'll skip the reminder of what's left for me if I turn around. Wondering if I could change a thing to make it work, but I won't.
moment can be precious like this. So come on, here's something you don't want to miss.
right back. Call you right back. what we used to. Just give me something, please show me something alright. Cause I'm scared of getting old, and I'm more tired than I'm used to. Just give me something, please show me something alright. I forget that I'm down with you guys around. Cause everyone knows life's better with love than being alone. Consider yourself the motive for finding a way to right my wrongs. Catch a locomotive or hit the highway, just move on. Cause it's so fun, no one's upset. You sit on my trunk and watch the sunset. Consider yourself the motive for living my life the way I want. We're creating memories when we drive our parents crazy. We're chasing sunsets, living each day like the last day of our life. And I know this is what we want, cause this is just what we do. Free to tell our lies while discovering our truth. I forget that I'm down with you guys around. Cause everyone knows life's better with love than being alone. Consider yourself the motive for finding a way to right my wrongs. Catch a locomotive or hit the highway, just move on. Cause it's so fun, no one's upset. You sit on my trunk and watch the sunset. Consider yourself the motive Pulsing through my veins, I feel alive. A surge of energy as you come into sight. Caught in the moment, I'm hypnotized. With every breath, I feel the fire inside. Your love is like a wildfire. Your love is like a wildfire. A force I can't contain, it takes me high. I'm lost in the heat, consumed by desire. Your love is like a wildfire. My heart's on fire as I hold you close. Your touch, it's electric, a beautiful overdose. I'm addicted to the way we move and sway. Lost in the rhythm, body's insane. We're in days. Your love is like a wildfire. A force I can't contain. It takes me high. 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 Your love is like a wildfire. Your love is like a wildfire. A force I can't contain. It takes me high. I'm lost in the heat, consumed by desire. Your love is like a wildfire. Like a wildfire. Wildfire. Like a wildfire.
What's it gonna be? Where's your head at? Where's my head at? Watch how the waves they're chasing each other, and they let it be. Where's the shore at? Where's the shore at? Loud gets louder, fast gets faster. Your mom told me pride is sad. I don't know which of us is right, but let's just get on the same page tonight. The same page tonight. I don't know which of us is right, but let's just get on the same page tonight. The same page tonight. Kinda miss you. Kinda miss you. Wanted to lay my head on your shoulder for a minute there. We grew stronger. We grew stronger. Loud gets louder, fast gets faster. Your mom told me pride is sad. I don't know which of us is right, but let's just get on the same page tonight. The same page tonight. I don't know which of us is right, but let's just get on the same page tonight. The same page tonight. You're pulling that way into another. What's it gonna be? Don't know which of us is right, but don't know which of us is right, but let's just get on the same page tonight. The same page tonight. Don't know which of us is right, but let's just get on the same page tonight. The same page tonight.
I've been feeling quite away from you, but the time has done its thing, and I feel better.
Making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of action's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zest, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win out.
And it's all done. A flawless win. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Gold! Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Well, Tony, I think we've made our fans wait just long enough. About a bit of an extended delay there, but don't you worry. Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters. It's a road to Atlanta starting just here in America. It's the first day. We get to hit resume on it, Tony. Down to the lower bracket we are headed.
I don't know if they're necessarily fans of us. That'd be pretty cool to think so. However, if they are fans of us, Counter-Strike, IEM, or the teams at hand, or maybe even the players amongst them, then any of those things qualify to be a good kind of individual to spectate these matches in my book. I am excited enough about our upper bracket games, but I'm a little more excited considering the implications of the lower bracket matches, as you mentioned, seeing as one of these teams will go home and the other team will move on. The only difference between these two teams of RAVE and VOCA is that RAVE have yet to play. They didn't play their opening match against Fisher College. That was a forfeiture. It's VOCA who have just got fresh off their warm-up, if you want to call it that, in their 3-map affair against Wildcard, a grudge match between Peeping and his former teammates. Obviously not really a grudge match, but you'd like to think there's a little bit of a storyline there. And then moving now on to this point of the tournament, you'd hope that both of these teams are ready to come with 100%.
Yeah, 100%. You know, VOCA is. That was a lengthy 3-mapper brought to you by Trada over there on our community streams. And we just got to see it finished. And it was a pretty exciting one. If you're looking to see this wildcard roster, continue to improve, make something of what was like, I feel like kind of laughing stock of a situation towards the end of the Stan era. And then you got to see, like I said, in our first best of 3, how the organization is really building out the rest of this team. It should be a great one to look forward to. That's the match you get right at the top, RAVE versus VOCA. That is what, we're raving about. I guess I can just rope in there. Team Mouse versus Boss. That is already underway. I know Boss is already up a map over the newly put together project Team Mouse, newly qualifying for a couple of tournaments here at the VRS core, but this is where you turn it up. This is where you get to take a look at RAVE for the first time since Flomland, Tony. This is going to be a long time coming.
Yeah, I mean, sure, it's been, I don't know if we can exactly say it like that, considering it isn't even really their 5. I mean, they're looking for teams pretty publicly. The players on RAVE as well, it's kind of an awkward situation, an in-between where they are not really certain as to what their futures look like, either as a team or as individuals. So I don't know how much of this team we're going to be seeing moving forward. I don't know the quality that we're going to be witnessing. And we don't know because, as you mentioned, or as I mentioned, I guess earlier, that they hadn't actually played yet today. So I don't really know what I've got in store for my mind and my implications with Pluto in the roster as opposed to Walco. And I'm assuming that is going to be the 5 that we do see today. I also don't really know what we're going to be witnessing as VOCA as far as a changeup is concerned, because they're not playing against a team that is featuring their full 5. So it actually looks like Walco is in the server and Pluto isn't. So that actually clears things up a little bit for me.
Yeah, I think it does for me as well. It looked like Pluto had to take the trip over to Las Vegas with the RAVE crew over there for Flomland. And I know that was a bit of, I'm pretty sure Walco having a little bit of trouble potentially acquiring a visa away, the Canadian player, to get in for that match, Tony. I know that there was discussion around that, but wasn't like RAVE had too big of a turnout there. I really kind of feel the same sort of dread about talking about this squad, where honestly, I think it's good that we have, Marsborn, a couple other projects. I was criticizing LAG to you earlier personally, but that's still a project we're, really excited about. Like Marsborn really turning that next page and becoming, I think, it's right next to NRG, M80, wherever we are taking that next step. Marsborn are fully set in that tier 1.5, and it kind of felt like RAVE were sharing the limelight with them. In fact, it's like we formed a little bit of a rivalry between those squads specifically, and where they kept putting those very close matches out, a lot of them actually going to RAVE. And seeing that, you're obviously getting excited of where 2 years ago, it's like we were talking about, is Cryptic going to be this next upcoming in-game leader? He definitely has, but it's been the back and forth of if he's actually gotten the organizational support. I mean, you remember last year where we were coming out of Wander's Land in Toronto, we had seen that Nouns project not get renewed, right? And that sent Cryptic back to being a free agent, obviously just picked up by Skinrave, but due to rules, obviously have to sort of figure out a new way to rock. And that's not obviously where you want to be, Tony. In and out of the free agent pools, you see Boss, we just got them on stream before this, obviously mentioned they're playing right now, crowdfunding their way to lands.
And we're talking about the recency of the maps as well as the veto has already transpired and it was popped up to your screen. We're going to be seeing VOCA taking this one to Nuke to start off. Maybe that Ancient is the second. an Overpass decider. And it is one where, if we're talking about recency, if we're talking about that land that they played at Flomland in Vegas, and we're talking about the maps that we've got up ahead of us, they've played Nuke, they've played Ancient, they've played Overpass, and by far and away, it is VOCA that typically do tend to come out on top. There's not really a whole lot of variancy in that being the case, particularly, I would say, on Nuke being a very comfortable spot for them to be. The only question mark as to whether or not there's been improvements on Ancient, to which already RAVE looked pretty decent with, I don't know how much practice time with Pluto as opposed to Walco, but Walco reintroduced. Whether or not it's long term, again, question mark to me. But with them having their full 100% 5, if that's what we're going to be expecting moving down the line and stretch of this tournament in particular, then I think that they're going to have their work slightly more cut out for them, VOCA, than maybe previously in an online environment where they've had a little bit more time to settle down and really feel themselves out as a roster in this off time where nothing is really certain. So again, given the fact that Walco is back, given the fact that we've seen them come close but not be able to push it over the line on most of instances they've played, as well as getting, frankly, blown out of the water at Flomland by VOCA. Like, they were absolutely annihilated, especially in that last best of 3 that they had played. In every map they were losing. And we see them back to form now and today. I think it's possible because in full swing, when they have had Walco, conversation is on the inverse. They look like they are the ones who are taking it to the next level individually.
Yeah, I think that's really a great event to analyze for a lot of these teams, where it was flip-floppy across a couple of those results, notably when Boss ripped out Marsborn from the, upper side of that bracket. And I don't know, Tony, like, it feels like the next turn of the conversation that we were just having, if we're going to have another team like flip into, that position of pulling into like the tier 1.5 of NA, like, it for a long time has been this like Timberman elevate roster, now getting organizational support from the Getting Info name to coming under VOCA here, right? Like, we're seeing Snav, Dare, Shane, all these players. Obviously, Dare out of it, been benched for a little while, bringing back Carson in, from an NRG stint, right? I mean, this is Infinite, a player I feel like we've always been, pretty happy about. I know that at the beginning of his Party Astronauts tenure, he actually had to sort of leave the team for personal reasons, and we weren't really able to see that all the way through. And then after that, been periodically subbing for VOCA, Getting Info, and now permanently taking his spot on the roster. VOCA want to take themselves back up to the upper bracket. They were just cemented here, Tony. RAVE all in the server. They got to go.
Taking it pretty much immediately into that site. Not really a whole lot of supplementary utility, and just going in for the fights first and foremost, not wasting their spawns. And Dia on the gush over to Junior, has Marky already extended on the rafters, dropping in the site. The low HP player now holds a flash, needs to play supportive over anything else. Taking Crosshair away from head, perfectly done, seeing as Marky had gone just around the silo to spot Dia before he had the chance to dip back to Squeaky Door. That round, a chaotic one, a quick one, but one that will still feel as if the CT-sided map is rectified very early on against the opponent's map pick.
Yeah, but right back on Nuke. Didn't take much of a sweat. Into our second best of 3 of the day. Just saw it. Got eliminated by SBE 2-0 over Boss. That seems like it was so long ago. Just a couple hours prior to this. Lawn in the lower bracket. VOCA moving along on some pistols. Skin Rave got a got a X-Rave. Goodness, I could put a couple asterisks on that as Junior collects 2. They got a grand final to play in a couple hours, Tony, over at the CCT.
Pretty cool. Definitely getting themselves warm now. If not for this match, then at very least for the next. Not really a whole lot going on right now. There doesn't seem to be any major investment coming out from them now, with the AK-47s being their priority.
That's a yap
ability
round,
to go
Tony.
along
You get
with
to talk
that.
over the Glocks.
Yeah, and I'm sure that they have their game plan pretty well rounded at this stage. They shouldn't have that big a deal of trying to master plan out how they'll pull one over RAVE. As long as we don't just see them going at rush after rush.
Been a little while since I've gotten to personally watch Snav call a series. Excited to get back in Call Dia, which I feel like it's been anecdotally even longer. Even took a little bit of a break on this squad. Threw that op around for a little bit. Slump onto that. Obviously, We know that wasn't the greatest situation.
Slump was rifling actually in that team.
That is correct, actually. You are correct there. When Dia rejoined is what I'm saying. Before that, he was on the op.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
I forgot they existed at two separate times.
It was a weird one, too. Dare took that step back. It was a big Timberman shuffle. Markey with a great double, keeping his line quite high. The multi-kill frags coming through. VOCA is starting to walk. It feels like they're a little bit limp. Infinite should be catching that kill. Walko gets to catch it up right outside. Down from the ladder. Round 3 definitely shattered, but that was a while back. Might catch Laxi as he turns around. But this isn't really flipping the round on its head, not by any means. Momentarily seeing him taking their time. It's Walko to pull the trigger. And a 1v2 to start it off like this. Potentially a weird avenue to wiggle this clutch back with the low HP Markey. Kind of seems like time is not really on his side. Bomb right here. And it feels like the perfect path up to heaven. Likely one he will not succeed on. Up the ladder, he is dead.
Nil. Gun's gone. Chance had for VOCA. Complete. Squandered. Opportunity. Cryptic. No upgrade for them. Still with that MP5
over here. Yeah.
Or ST. Oh, yeah, MP5 SD. Correct. Yeah.
That's the last name. Sorry.
Oh, yeah. So quite all right. On it full gubby at this point.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they'll get themselves in an even better spot than they had in terms of what weaponry will be available to them in round number 5, I believe. Loss bonus continuing to swell, but you know, T side, it's kind of okay on Nuke for that to be the case, where you don't get as many half to full buy rounds outside of full 5 guns plus op, whereas getting everything you need is just infinitely more important. It himself will probably be feeling that same level of pressure as they've been relegated to the Tech 9 now. They'd love to have AKs and nades to support. Love to have some sort of means of entry other than just throwing bodies on the line, just barely seeing the shoulder before the smoke had bloomed. Dia betrayed in this round of 5 versus 3 favoring Rave. Already, again, aforementioned pistols. They have world as their oyster for the foreseeable future.
Contacting back to old Marky Mark. Takes a couple steps back inside of the ramp. 30 seconds left. The tempo will tick just off of the touch of the flash. That doesn't seem to bother Marky. The triple kill. Nobody can touch the Mexican player inside of ramp. They are flawless through 4. Rave really look intimidating off the bat, off the rip. Or nothing.
You know, first major test for Rave. This is the time where they, with the least that they'll probably have up against a fully bought VOCA, need to make good on what's been carried over. The remnants of rounds 4 and 5, 3, 4, and 5, excuse me, are going to automatically be hit with a bit of a wake-up call, as Laxi, with the worst of it all, will be met by Infinite on that AK-47 he was pining for. He's been given that chance. He's opened things up for them to take abuse of potentially the scattered rotations of Rave and leaving only Walko amidst this sight, blinded, great flash. But he does get behind the silo, able to get his one, ever reliable in that regard. He dies almost immediately following.
Yeah, I really liked his moves there, but VOCA got a couple more that are spicier than the ingredients he laid out. Bomb down, not gonna really discuss this one. Junior and Marky, we'll see even a fight into T-spawn. Yeah, you know this round is done. Marky collects onto Infinite in an awkward spot. Just like that, Snap and his crew will clear to close on their first round in repeatable fashion. Unfortunately, Marky loses his life.
Yeah, I was going to say Junior is probably going to be salivating at the idea that Marky can save and drop him in off. They'll still be able to do that, but the Riflers are going to be a little bit more high-strung for nades. Nothing too significant, but notable in the long term. But we're still very early days on this half. All right, Marky will grant his wish regardless.
A great teammate. He's got plenty to spread out right now. I'll hand out some of that energy. Almost 150 ADR he's got posted at the beginning of the CT side. Rave's map pick. VOCA and company attempt to go on the offense first. Always going to raise an eyebrow viewing that in the vetoes when according to the CT-sided map of the pool Nuke we're referring to. This will, of course, restrict first half and have him going.
What a
Go
timing.
down with the smokes. This is such a good decision made by Carson to go ahead and feel this out himself. Gotten 2 frags right off the cusp of Mini. Now it's all onto Laxi to go ahead and lock down the A site. VOCA don't lunge too quickly into it. Don't want to mess up everything that they've earned already in this round. There's the nade to open up the curtain from Laxi, and they cut him.
Yeah, I mean, Junior's just nowhere where he can have any impact, unfortunately, for the team at that rate. He was hoping to float around lower and catch them on the outside cross, but they've already gone beyond that, as you noted. Carson was well past those smokes on yard. Volko pulling a nade to attempt to not only re-smoke his teammate's door, but also play a little bit more of a sight-side setup. It gets torn in two. Laxi, although he may be able to play defensively for a few moments, the note for Junior down lower and Marky on rotation from ramp, they just never were able to get themselves into an angle to hold for the site player to need to find a multi-frag. And when he can't, round is dead in the water, as it were. Junior and Marky, no strangers to saving together this time, though they'll both be able to get out with no scratches on them, except for maybe shrapnel from the bomb. But VOCA on 2. 3 players still standing. Ash being put in the savings account, building up some extra interest. Whereas RAVE, unfortunately, their APR only rises.
This is the ledge that RAVE stand on of their spectacular start. 4 in a row. They just quickly start up.
No.
Is it now it just crumbled even more? Crushed and burned. Infinite. That's the job of Carson. The man that's just going to find a ridiculous double in back-to-back rounds. Takes it to the next level. And in a 1v5, Walco's set to clutch. Only 40 seconds have passed in this round. No recovering it.
Infinite needed to put his faith in the rifler at his side to hold his right to try and collect onto the kill of the next of them that had been tucked. Oh, that nade almost killed him. But even then, man, that was very, very possibly a 5 versus 3 for RAVE instead. Counter-Strike turn, a flip of a coin, a drop of a dime. Go still close enough to where he may go down to the radius of the C4, just holding to see if he can catch someone off. But that is Shane's next prerogative as he looks to get elevated, looks to spot in towards not only outer yard, but as well as the spawn. Sees what he wanted, but fortunately doesn't live. Chase down that frag. The bomb will catch him instead. He will meet the fate meant for Walco.
Oh, Walco can escape this time. I even prefer that. Getting to see him sit like a turret, hopefully in ramp room with this AK. Think about a guy like Wolf. Think a guy like Walco. A lot of the different anchors that you've had kind of beating that drum out for the VOCA, getting info, Blue Jay projects here in the last year. Obviously, we know Dare to fit those most primarily throughout the time. Person gets a new late round duo.
Oh, GG.
Sees the feet. That's just a little ridiculous. Carson even was ready to react and just jump up the ladder right here. Going a little bit slower, more steady. VOCA want to tie the race right here at 4-4.
Yeah, they just literally plant right now, VOCA. There's no reason to go walking forward if you expect there to be a reaction made, which there is. Nade on top of nade. Marky lucky to get away. Hubris into peeking any further beyond actually going to subside just before the next of the nades landed. Everybody else can be pretty happy with going for a hunt. They've got money, as mentioned. They've got bodies still standing. And Walco getting this close with the AK. Doesn't have the deagle next to him to pick it up if he were to die. Doesn't even take a singular bullet for their trouble, though. Now they're going to give it a look in to at least deal more damage even further beyond. 50 per kill. Stack that up per player. And it might help them out later on. Walco already made known, already communicated, and already swarmed. Still putting out shots and warning that he doesn't want anybody else to think that he's a pushover for this map, but not an AK, the op. Put him in his place. Junior will now be netted, one of their own. Yet to, again, really see that clash ever come to happen. And it's not for a lack of trying necessarily. I mean, they sent him over towards those lower steps as mentioned, and the timing lost him A. He was sent over to ramp, where again, a split-second timing and a missed shot from a singular rifle makes it so he can't get his kill on the player close. And the next of these rounds that he'll have it, he's going to send himself in the same space that hadn't worked previously. However, it's alone, and it's on a new position entirely amidst the ramp. It's behind this big box. Or is it white? Might be white.
Orange. Did not.
Oh, is it? It didn't look orange to me.
You got me questioning my entire reality.
Don't worry, we'll pay attention later.
This box on Nuke been my entire life.
That one's orange, but the one he's next to is blue.
Oh, you're talking about... you're absolutely right on the money. See, that's a...
Right.
It's a niche fact you would know. Pull it out. What color is the box on Nuke? Infinite walking
well, I mean,
this way.
it might be red in a second,
Junior,
Mark.
because he's right on this corner. Yeah, no kidding. I'm imagining the Junior escape, though. Just one kill, he gets to duck away. That would be a lot better for RAVE. We haven't been sitting with as much luck for it. 50 seconds has passed. No blood is spilled.
Ring come to Junior. They're going to throw A nades. It makes it seem like it may be the fake, but they're ready to pop. He's got this up, and he's only got one shot. Realistically speaking, he's only going to be able to let the one loose. Everybody else will come and follow in suit. The shot will miss, and he will fire between. Nade off the wall banked. Walco gets his, but will he be able to escape? Yes, he will, just as Junior has, and now they've got it all to do. They've got to commit 20 seconds. There's no way to fly up that ladder to A, not when you're this close into it. Goes in the sight. He got that one kill, and he immediately found himself in the backside silo, dealt with by the op. One still fires forwards, and if they want to plant that bomb, they're going to need to get another kill, because if they can't, they are going to swing. RAVE, when they hear that 5-second mark in timer, the SMG is through, and Dia is alone. It's 5th round finally secured for RAVE, but has it come too little too late? We're going to need to see some consistency for that not to be the case.
I definitely don't think so. I think about right here, you drop a round in the middle of this half and it goes the RAVE side. They can start to feel a little bit of that momentum starting to come back towards the first 4 rounds that they picked up. Put pause on that. Now they're back. It was a really good rotation they just had down. I think Snav and Co. over Cook and wait that one out a little bit too long. RAVE had every advantage, every route to rotate right there into the lower bomb site. They restricted the hell out of VOCA's hit. Junior opening frag, but he doesn't collect more than that. Walco
if Walco could get a flashbang right now,
swing off and nothing. Fully blind. That's perfect. You might go for both.
That's so nice.
Carson, he's down that low because of the nades. Unreal. They're gonna get all of them outside. And who's down below? Walking up secret. You're not supposed to be there. Get past Junior. Pay the toll with your damn life. 4 bodies in the bag, 2 rounds in a row for RAVE.
Talk about movement right there from not just Junior, obviously the one to highlight primarily, but everybody else getting right up in their faces, not letting them breathe. Carson thinks he's got a second to pick up the op off his teammate with the HP on him not being high, but even then, it will not come to matter because they're already impressed upon their positions and their locations have been locked in. You're not leaving outer yard, not without a fight. One after another, they fall to Junior, who's ever accurate in where his crosshair is trained. I'd love to see him get into that kind of a zone and mode, because that's where he starts to get to be a little bit of a snowball. Grows and grows and grows. And first map of the series, no less. That's going to be ideal for VOCA.
Yeah, you're always going to see Junior pulling up Sutton. I can't imagine how many times we've commentated him through, you know, the ESL products over here. Always dominated season 50 of Challenger League, rolling through it. And the memories that we have made. Passing this guy win a LAN back in Chicago at Fragadelphia, wearing the Nouns jersey. It was a while back. In fact, he beat Snav while having Carson on his team. Sounds like I'm dissing Carson. I'm just saying it is a interesting connection. Oh, goodness. Cryptic alongside opening kill. That's on to Infinite.
All right, smoked. Dia just shooting his teammate for the fun of it right there. If they had heard the Bloods batter, but if they did, then they can pretty easily infer what might be going on. This lack of sound sees Cryptic, very, very quickly down into lower, but also heard from closing that single door. They've got options. Try and find an opening on yard and then flip it up to the A site instead, or do they just keep themselves on track for this B? Put on both sides of these doors, but no one for Cryptic to call upon to save him. He's going to need to be his own hero.
He's ready to let the cape drape. Opens the doors. Carson making all the ruckus here. Pistols trading frags elsewhere. Shane and Junior, they are just out with Tech 9s, making Snav's life fully lived. Upgrades to the AK. This VOCA team is putting out proof that they are potent enough to take away their 5th round. Both of these players doubling up back-to-back with Dia to do the heavy lifting. Carson is already sitting at 36 HP. Dia actually cooking up a little bit more than just the final spray down. It's the flank and the tap on the bomb. Smoke to help him. Dia knows that this is the only clear view he's going to have to the site, and he takes that fight out with the Mongolian player. Junior to sprint away and save, and VOCA are 1 round away from a tie.
When I think about it, I feel like we haven't really had to say Laxi's name yet in this map so far. 2 players go down. Good extra bit of cash. Not that they were really hurting for it in the first place, but Laxi's been kind of quiet to an extent to which I'm not usually ready to accept as a fact. You know, I think he was pretty clearly brought onto this team to have some level of X factor, right, on the rifle. Obviously, you're not going to be pointing the finger primarily and predominantly at Cryptic and Walco being more of the voices of reason in this team, and Walco given more freedoms than previously, not primary in-game leading any longer, and definitely doing a decent job, and Marky the more aggressive piece. Whereas Laxi should be the one, typically I feel, floating in between, getting a little bit more room, be gifted resources from the crew, and not yet seeing them here on Nuke. They need to happen sooner rather than later for their sake, though.
Yeah, Laxi was number 44 on the HLTV top 50 of the January 2026 prospects. This year's new season, several North American names made the list that you'll be familiar with. Preparing for one of these hits. VOCA sitting in that silence. Waited a little bit too long earlier in the T side. Now this is the real deal. Mac-10's out of it. Laxi, gotta look for him to stand up with it. The Cryptic, been so solid. Now all down to Laxi at the back of the bomb site. Manages to lift up 2 of these frags like it's nothing.
There he is. You need him most. Called upon and delivers the double. Blinded for a second to where I thought he would have been swarmed, and almost the collateral damage on the Infinite. Carson is dead, and this round likely is as well. This half, I can only figure, will at the end of their opponent's choice in Battleground lead by 2 for RAVE. It looks solid enough. A rebound after an initial 4 spread and spree. It's VOCA who give us a reason to believe this one far from over. We're going to be returning for that second half in just a bit. We'll see if RAVE can close.
been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. I've been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. I've been thinking about your love tonight. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. I've been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. I've been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. I've been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. I've been thinking about your love tonight. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. I've been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide.
End of that first half, you got the puff of the chest right out of where you wanted to have that dominant scoreline. Rave up by 2, but VOCA on a very potent press back, Tony. Looking to see them wrap around their own map selection. All it would take is one measly CT side pistol.
One round, rule them all. One round to run it into this A site, similarly to how VOCA had, but with an additional nade or two that wasn't present previously. They've made it look pretty solid as far as keeping VOCA at bay before the plant's even gotten off. That's a little bit of a surprise to even them, I can imagine. Now it's a matter of vying for the rest of the map control to stop VOCA from getting back into the site. Won't be simple, but Marky's positions, one red by Dia, but for how long will he hold?
A lot of pieces inside lobby in order to secure this. Walco onto Infinite, and this defense is holding so steady. There is Laxi roping up 2 of these kills in a row. Rave looks to take a reaching hold of the start of the second half. Snap is the backpedal all the way back to CT spawn, a 1v5. But I'm afraid Snap can collect every kill. There's just not enough time. Well, that bomb is beeping beside a 3-round lead. Rave get to extend theirs by just a nudge.
Yeah, it wasn't happening there, not quite. Rave feeling fine, I can only figure. And Walco continues on their massacre throughout this game, even surpassing Marky, who was once 10-1, might I remind you. Now, 15-8, Walco's gone a couple steps better, a couple more deaths, but you'll take that so long as it's netting you a room to wiggle. Especially now on the offensive. Laxi willing to take some early damage in order to gain control on the yard with the speed of the SMG. Run it through and very quickly get paced over to secret steps. Whether or not it will have been heard is beyond me, but they sure as hell know that there's some action happening in inner. They hear these weapons firing off one after another. It's a matter of the next 30 seconds, though, where Rave will end up after cutting noise.
Rotation back over towards ramp, it looks like. Boosting a player back up to Mustang in order to rotate just one of these bodies over. Cryptic not satisfied with just a dry and simple A hit. Potentially to rethink and go for that split. That's what it looks like in the magnifying glass.
Laxi down lower just inside that vent. I mean, he could call the audible.
Yeah. Be going down B now. It seems
Just wait
fairly
for
obvious.
there to be a kill, and then they can fly up the vent, actually. I think that's the idea, is that Laxi knows the rotation is cut off from this point. He's already cleared out T-Con. And nobody was at least openly in garage. But yeah, that's the last place they very much need to worry about is ramp. Molly's to throw. No smokes, but they'll at least stop him from peeking. That's a biffed one from Marquis.
Oh, that is at least contained, but we're worried. Just right off the rip. RAVE gets this bomb down, and that is definitely going to keep the sweat off their back for now. Junior with his 3rd kill. Making the signature at U-Haul himself. 13 and 5. Hey, pat a couple of the stats with the ecos. The operas always love that, don't you know?
Snap's crawling with RAVE players right now, and Snap's just looking to hightail it out to any place that he'll be allowed. Should be fine. Way far off. Getting to him. Laxi hanging on by a dang thread. The money management from VOCA is not exactly getting them into a competitive eye-level stature with RAVE, despite RAVE winning all these rounds and keeping what they've got, though. This one likely to be another example of just that.
It's like we're energy-wise taking one step further below where VOCA were starting off this half on. It's just hard to describe it like that. You know, a bit of a flip-flop from where we were seeing some of those results still, like we were mentioning, back at Flomland when things were bad. Looking a lot better now. Gonna break a couple of these pistols right over their knee, Tony, and get to 10 rounds first.
Nobody directly inside of the A site. Only one who's just pushed a little further beyond it, as a matter of fact. And now they realize that they may have just done a little bit of a loop-de-loop and wrap around where RAVE will wait for them. Just under heaven, just above heaven, just outside Mini. Singular shot coming out from Carson to try and let Infinite get a hold of a better weapon. And last but not least, Shane. Shoulder, scene, Walco drops him. Ventus Snav has been waiting with the SMG to see if they'd go flying down lower instead. He'll likely be heard ticking, and hearing that bomb planter will take his 1v1 with Walco. It won't work out in the way that he would have wanted. It got damn near close, though.
Yeah, an honorable attempt, really much so. Gotta definitely bow out to that attempt by Shane. Almost took that player top hut right down with him. Doesn't happen. RAVE ravishing VOCA's map selection. They're up by 5 rounds here on the T side. And RAVE, you know, they haven't had the opportunity to play in very many matches for whatever reason. I think their priorities kind of all over the place, like you painted. Players don't know if this is the long-term project. They can pause on the app sesh for a minute, Tony, because here comes the turn up for VOCA. 3 frags in totality. Snav and Shane, a duo as old as time. Infinite at the end, and it's the captain to dive on him and finish out that round. 6 here, and that was in a flash.
And no problem. Melting the A site push. One in which I think that RAVE were just trying to get off their chest all the weapons that they had brought over from round after round, and now they can say that they've got it all. They can play a more methodical and intellectual game with their opponents, and that one would have been a bit of a soul breaker and a pace changer that, if won, really would have left VOCA in their own heads. Not sure. Okay, I was going to say, it looked like Laxi wasn't getting a weapon there, but they had the money for it. Only one player without a whole kit and caboodle. Marquis. No stranger to being somebody offered up as a lamb to the slaughter in order to activate the remainder of the roster, but Laxi taking significant damage from an incendiary that was sitting there for quite some time. It actually might have even been one of their own. I can't tell.
Bit of a blooper. Right at the beginning of the reel, 40 seconds gone by. And that same set of smokes will provide Alaxi a brief path, holding out in secret right now. Like I was saying, I mean, RAVE didn't even play their first game of the day today, gave that up in forfeit fashion. Just not sure if they can make it.
Jeez.
That's why I question the priorities. A weird last couple of seconds. These kills collected, Laxi on to Carson. That's something they can stand on. But it feels like their fight at ramp is just one swipe away from becoming successful. Still standing still are RAVE.
Junior was just spamming shots into the player boosted on top of the orange box, and it was not killing them. So, taking their attention elsewhere, they've elicited what of a peek from Snav, one that goes punished, and an infinite that goes without any information because he'd actually just barely missed on the timing to have spotted that individual. Well, put together, peek in from both Squeaky and Mini, only has one player to ultimately deal with. D is up, met with nade after nade. It does not stop.
This is really a worrying round
stuck, to be honest.
To be, Tony. This is a 5v3 if I'm counting correctly. I don't think I'm messing up.
Nope.
Only people that might be feeling that way are VOCA at the moment. Laxi, a bit of cold feet. Infinite about to turn this corner. The pre-fire, and he's still gonna get it down. Walco, the closer, hyped him up for this very reason, is as advertised. At least good for the first step. Dropping down to get this kit. Dia turns around, hops on, I think just in the nick of time. It is VOCA to punch their ticket right at the last second to 7 rounds.
Dude, I think for a second there, it looked like Dia was nearly about to just jump into the site for the sake of time. He pretty visually stops himself before doing so, which would have been insane to witness. Him just going straight into his doom. RAVE are not done yet. They have not given themselves enough room to breathe. Say that this game should be theirs. I think far from it. I think that there's still very much so left. Very much more so left, rather, in the tank for their opponents that they need to squeeze the life out from. Nade atop a nade, not letting that squeaky door be a weak point to them. One player that goes out in Walco, very quickly laid to the ground, dead in the water, and the rest of them soon to follow.
Hell of a hail raining on the heads of RAVE, pelting them to a perfect round given with no casualties. VOCA really revving it up. This is where you had that at the point at which you were putting your foot down at 5-10, right? That was just where we were getting out of the half. VOCA just had to, I think, feel that tempo, get revved up on the rhythm, and now they're 2 rounds away.
Started to see Laxi elevate their game ever so slightly. It's gotten them to a pretty nice spot into a nuke that's not unwinnable. Certainly also not unlosable, as mentioned, given the fact that VOCA have now started to show their teeth. A collateral for Dia on the outer yard, so it would seem seeing Marky and just getting maybe a little bit more fortunate onto the fact that Junior was behind. Plant would be nice. A plant would be great, as a matter of fact. And this may see one of the most impactful rounds following this one, or this second half in general, here until the match's end. I don't want to count them out from this by any early measure, but I figure the fact that they've got virtually nothing outside of forward space to play with, it should be still easy enough.
Laxi, gotta pop off and show us why you're on that top 50 talent list. Good for that first, but that was point blank. And now you're leaving both teammates just in the mud, dragging along. Smoke inside of control, and Walco finds Dia. That was from inside of hell. Pops out, Jane with the double spray down. That was getting stressed for a second as the time was running down. VOCA just to barely pull that round back.
Shane plays cover man for both players swinging onto Snav. He was literally one sneeze away from being blown over. He sticks that defusal, knowing that there's no other way that they win. It isn't for that. Jane to thank for sure with all 3 of those players found at his hand. And they're keeping him honest at the very least, Rave. I mean, ensuring that their handshake is still firm whenever they're met. And at this stage in Nuke, CT side, very much so like have themselves an early enough opener, and in doing so, they look to swing outside for a first few seconds, but the flashes from the T's actually get them on more gimmicky angles than anything else, and it's one where Junior has no fallback from. He's dedicated to topside red, and it gets him killed. Don't blame them. It's not like they've really been hit with that many change-ups on the yard.
Double time where Dia chimes in onto Walco. That's also adding another body to the pile, and the bomb. Adding up these problems. Dia unpredictable. And the only man that seems to have a bit of energy in this round is where you depend on Marky to find the world here. Sneaking out lobby. I can already see it now. He can find those frags. He's just got to take it with a little bit of luck. Infinite sees these 2 bodies. He knows where this is seriously headed. Even the repeat on top of the confidence. Cryptic 1v1. He'll have that against a low HP player. But there is no moving in an actual significant fashion for RAVE here. It is VOCA that tie them by their hands and their legs. They can hardly move at a tied game.
This is the problem now. This is where RAVE had just enough to where they could have walked a little bit tighter on the line. Squeaked away 1 round for every 3 that it felt like VOCA had at some point. But that is long gone as an option, because if they're going to win this one in regulation at least, they're going to need a proving ground on the next rifle round almost in an instant. Because at this point, with pistols, we've seen them fall flat. We've seen them get close as well. Predominantly, it's not been their strong suit. Miss as many nades as you want right now. So long as you've got your fully automatic rifles at a safe enough distance to try and push back RAVE, then should still be fine and dandy.
Popping into mini now. It's these pistols to have a lot of pull. There's nobody to see. Dia onto Cryptic. Missed shots inside of the site. Dia picks this right back up. There was a problem for a moment. They squashed it like a bug. Other side of their boot. VOCA lifted up and they see 11.
VOCA's map pick was looking just a little bit shaky for a moment. For a little bit of time there, there was a question mark as to whether or not they were going to have the longevity to take it over the line, or at the very least keep competitive following what was a RAVE round 1 pistol. Round 2. Half 2. More accurately even. But in that time frame, when the guns were in, they've given nothing pleasure in watching how they've maneuvered around this map for a majority of the high impact moments played. That incendiary is going to be a real bummer for RAVE, who wanted to head down. And in losing Marky, they also lose their insurance policy in upper. When you're out of insurance, you don't speed up, you slow down. But this is not cars we're talking about. These are human individuals with a goal in mind. This is a AWP for Dia, now trying to slip the net with a player to his right, making just enough sound where Walco might be ever so slightly taken off guard, because Cryptic's got to turn just the same. He's going to be wrapped from all positions, high and low. Doesn't seem to matter. Walco's got cover then, and they may have just gotten this round by time. But Snav not able to get onto the C4 with his teammate having subsided. C4 explodes, and Snav will even go down as we go 11 all. So more wind to push the sails of RAVE for a split second. Now we've got Infinite on this ramp, playing solo dolo. No one to play along them by their side, with Dia instead playing a little bit deeper in yard. And given the fact that they've got nades to drop, should be fine cover. This position will be plugged. Arky will stay vigilant on the concept that somebody may look to abuse it. They're not going to be going for that in the slightest. Maybe at a later date, but right now, just spams in either direction, approaching the minute mark. Sending Carson down lower, seeing as they're in the red. Infinite would be a little bit more wise to join up with them. Maybe leave the ramp open enough and call Dia onto rotation. Very least, stack the numbers to where quicker rotations can be found. Still not entirely sure as to where the T's will go. I think with two players now having been on the lower bomb site, could just split up into A and really catch VOCA off guard. They will have dictated their rotations enough to make that sort of move, especially with an opening into the site itself. Around the silo, there goes Shane. Not dropped though, not dropped until Laxi is to get there on red HP. No HG to finish him. No players on fast maneuvers with rifles to get to Dia's aid. It's Infinite who's gonna need to do a whole lot of heavy lifting. Eventually, he gets in to an easier duel with Walco, who isn't fully attentive. They will trade weapons, but will it even matter? Jump inside this site. We'll have Laxi just beneath them. The higher HP of the two of them dealt with Dia with a singular shot required. They get the retake done. They get themselves their 12th. They get over RAVE, who have themselves about as much as they could have hoped for. Look back to Shane for that center silo double kill, though, because that is truthfully, in my opinion, what becomes their difference maker. Is he tops not only his team, but finds himself just 1 kill away from matching Walco and getting them a map win on top of it. And VOCA will take attack. Trying to get themselves prepared for the final hour of regulation. Seconds before we enter what could very well be the last round of map 1, or the very beginning, new beginnings in overtime. Scout for Junior. Not what he would have wanted to have in his hands, even have a chance at counteracting Dia. They've been neck and neck in the amounts of impact that they've been able to have this map. But now it is Junior with the movement that topples Dia by virtue of a headshot. Sniper to the skull, and Walco just above. He spots out Carson attempting to get cheeky in between the two smokes. He can't. 5 versus 3 and 1 that, if squandered, would be an absolute nightmare. 24 seems to be in the palm of their hands, and the time that it will take for them to get into the site. Hit with a minute. Not fully attentive to Marky's potential swing. Will be put in his place. It's Cryptic to catch Snav on inner, and a hopeless Shane with 12 on the line would need to pull off the clutch of the qualifier, and we're not gonna get it. We're gonna get another, at least, 4 rounds. Aids, flashes, smokes, mollies, every variety of utility on yard. But there isn't a smoke actually to cover Laxi. There was only one for the cross. Not great. As a matter of fact, I'd go as far as to say that it's kind of terrible. They still get their kills by virtue of Cryptic, who finds himself a double spray down on the yard. Already made known. Now Dia can turn his attention back and about face, while Shane gets closer and closer to his teammate to keep the bomb on lock. It's over at ramp. Those of you aware why I'm the one doing all the yapping right now, it's because my co-caster has unfortunately had his internet drop, so you'll have to deal with me for a minute or two longer here. However, it's VOCA. We've had enough of dealing with RAVE. Statement made. Point taken. Point proven. When you're even selecting the AK over the sniper, curious as to what's to come of that. I can only figure a game plan set in motion out the spawn. Need to blow the door and a smoke atop a hut. It's a fake. It's a fraud. It's going to cause Arson to, at the very least, get in the vent. Won't go fully down them. 3-exec hit with Marky having pretty decent range of motion in between those doors. Can't really locate any of the opponents that he wanted to, despite them being pretty much all around. Kane, Bird, closer to Quesarado. Or actually, that's Nitro Wall more accurately. But even still, player name positions aside, call it Shane for this round if you'd like, because it's gotten his second kill and it's gotten them once more a leg up over RAVE that seems to be insurmountable. Your last left alive. And even without the op, with the one-shot kill potential, I'm sure that there was some sort of a message exchange there in chat. RAVE are facing down the barrel of something sinister. And loving this pressure towards A that they've pretty much just gone with afterwards, and that Molly is going to either stop them or stilt them. They're going to send themselves straight in towards the site, and they've just sustained too much damage. They're just too easy to target for their opponents. Fish in a barrel they'll stab away at. Linear points of entry. It will be so simple for them. Infinite at ramp. Trying to get away. Looking to sit themselves. Free place to kill. Their first chance at this round win will have had to have been from the player on the back of the silo, as Infinite to run it all the way back. That's that. Best place to be, where once it felt like he was a little bit claustrophobic. All they needed one round. When you get this far into a game, it becomes a little bit of fatigue to try and isolate where the issues actually lie. At this point in time, be an issue that Cryptic is somewhat softened but retaliated by Walco, who additionally sends a nade over the top side of red, but it's no surprise to no Srac. Arson will pull back into Africa. Okay. Aim with a vengeance on the Walco. Starting to evade them. Actually, may have gotten a couple steps in. Will they be able to walk their way out? Footstep has been heard. There's a player on the blacktop, but even then they get the dink, but no kill. Damage is simply not enough for the side of RAVE. They need kills, and they need them now. Nade, behind Infinite, gets Marky the multi, and he's known to be here with no sense to escape. It's Cryptic, a flash on the smoke. Nobody's blind. As a matter of fact, they're all trained on his location, and they finish this in style. Not even one round allowed to RAVE in overtime, where it feels like more of a unified effort and affair. VOCA earning of this 16-12 victory, coming together when needed most. 5 fingers on one hand and on one map. On their choice, they'll take us into Ancient with a lead. We'll see if RAVE have it in them to give us any more bite, because we will be back in just a bit.
Whatever happened to make a fool out of me? I was lost in the idea of it all. Too many years I've been suffering here, burning down right now. And I don't know where I run to, but it could be oblivion. I dream I was making love to a whole new life. Learn my lesson once, I'll skip the reminder of what's left for me if I turn around. You let me down. Make
Well, everyone, it's me. Why not? Thanks for being here, and thanks for joining us for this best of 3, but I have the unfortunate news to share with you that due to scheduling conflicts with another tournament adjacent to this one, RAVE will be forfeiting map number 2 as well as the series against VOCA. We are going to be continuing our night in IEM Atlanta in the America's Closed Qualifier, but not with this match. Instead, the scheduled time, Passion UA and SportsBetExpert. That is where we will be taking our talents to next in about 25 minutes time. We're going to be continuing in the upper bracket of things and ensuring that we do get you the best quality available. So whilst they go and play in the other tournament, we will just be waiting patiently for the arrival of the next set of games. So don't go anywhere. We will be back. Myself and Marky are going to be bidding you adieu, pardon me, though, as I appreciate you guys for having us and letting us hang around for this portion of the tournament. But until we meet each other next, again, my name has been Why Not. This has been Get the Bag Mark. We hope to see you again real soon.
Please don't tell me that I'm bad. You don't mind. You don't know what is great. Don't pretend this is a lie. You don't know what is great. Don't pretend this is a lie. I want you close to me. I want you close to me. Close to me. Close to me. I want you close to me. Close to me. I want you. I want you close to me. I want you. I want you close to me. I want you. I want you close to me. I want you. I want you close to me. I want you. I want you close to me. I want you. I want you close to me. I want you. I want you close to me. Close to me. I want you close to me. Close to me. I want you close to me. Close to me. I want you close to me.
making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of passion's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to step out.
And it's all done. A flawless win. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Nuke! Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Well, hello and welcome back to the IEM Atlanta 2026 closed qualifier for the Americas region. My name is Vincent, joined by Paladin. We're going to jump into another upper bracket matchup. But first, Paladin, it's a pleasure to be alongside you, my friend. Welcome back. It's been a minute between you and I. How are you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. I think this bracket as a whole kind of has one expectation, and that is for Passion UA to qualify. I don't think you and I would argue on that point all too much, but there's been a couple of twists and turns in terms of the conversation about what this roster is going to look like post this qualifier. We talk about this matchup as a whole, it being SportsBetExpert and not Boss, and I think you've got a world of opportunities kind of opening up as this weekend or this week, I should say, progresses.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. No argument from me on the expectation that Passion should just be kind of waltzing through this. But for me, the reality of this is, who's going to be capable of giving them an upset potential, right? Is it this wild card team that, let's be real, hasn't necessarily turned heads, even locally, though they have been putting in reps at the very minimum. There's been some quality games out of the likes of a team like RAVE, but they've already lost to a Fisher College. Actually, it looks like they forfeited that.
Just an FFW, yeah.
Tragic, actually, for RAVE, because I feel like they were in a spot where probably they would have been one of those teams that could have found an upset here, but they just got knocked down into the lowers, and then I think they just forfeited their lower bracket match so that they could play CCT. So to be fair, they're in the finals over there. Still, nonetheless, the point stands that it's a question of who's going to be the guys for that upset potential. And right now, I would have had SportsBetExpert is maybe like the second lowest team, outside of Mouse, but they got a huge upset against Boss to get here. A nightmare series from Brute Cup, unfortunately, where OG Wizard popped the hell off. This is kind of impressive that SportsBetExpert are here, if we're being real.
Yeah, I mean, the theory of this team is always very exciting. You have the return of Steel. You add in this young opera of OG's Wizard, who's not necessarily reached the high highs that we kind of known him to be when he was on LAG, but I feel like if you ever wanted an IGL to kind of tap into that potential, you'd probably look at Steel, and somehow they're making it work. Of course, I still think the Boss project is like a work in progress. I'm not going to say that they're like ready yet, and that game definitely wasn't upset brewing if you just look at it from a bird's eye view. But for right now, I can still get excited about this team, and I'm still going to be excited when I look at the players that they have and the expectation that I have for players like Steel and for players like OG Wizard and even Freshie, who I think has been criminally underspoken about when you talk about how awesome previous Boss iterations were.
I actually am right there with you about Freshie. I'm glad that somebody else is on the same page as I am with regard to that, because that dude's been fantastic and in tough roles as well for a lot of his career. It continues to do that. I got to watch him in a losing effort in CCT just the other day, where he was like the most aggressive, most successful player as the Palace lurker on Mirage's T side. Like, how is that possible? Well, it's Freshie. So lots to talk about on that end, but I think we'll get more into that as we get through there, because there's also a pretty exciting rookie in SML on the SportsBet team that I have a little bit to say on. But I think we need to set up a little bit more about Passion UA, because we got to peek at where the veto was going a second ago. This
on paper should just be a free matchup for Passion. And, you know, there's a lot of complications in that I know you're interested in jumping into, but we got a map to talk about, a Mirage to start. This has been one of the best maps here for SportsBetExpert. Passion, very different competition, but they haven't been great.
Yeah, this is the map that if you want to talk about SBE and a potential upset, it's got to come on here, just considering the struggles Passion UA have had internationally. But of course, when it's a domestic competition, you cannot rule this roster out. They're expected to win, and 9.5 times out of 10, they do win. It starts off with JT up in the middle, and a mid-crunch from this CT side instantly puts Passion UA in the driver's seat.
Good news for SportsBet is they've got a guaranteed bomb plant. That's just gone down over on B, and unfortunately, Steel in the process gets cut out of the equation. Evan only going to be good for one. So, you know, small victories, I guess, for SportsBetExpert as they get themselves that pistol, or rather the bomb plant, but can't confirm the pistol off the back of it. It's a nice look. I think as good a time as any to kind of introduce SML, a guy that I feel like nobody has really seen this guy because he has like barely any competition experience, but he's been eating good in their advanced run. They're 7-1 currently. That might be even better. I don't know if they played a game already this week, but SML, I actually watched this guy a lot in collegiate. So I've been able to watch him. He plays for Ashland University, and I've been able to watch him over the last year or so. He's kind of crazy with it and been doing that in advance too. This is a different level of competition, but I gotta say, it is kind of exciting to see another guy sort of feel like he comes out from nowhere and jump out having good games.
Yeah, you need orgs to prop players like this up and give them a chance, and you've got to have rosters that are willing to take a chance as well. And glad we get to see what this test looks like, and it's the other rookie in Evan, really, to find an opening entry into this B bomb site, but that's it. There's no real oomph behind that actual play, and it just feels like there's so much room that Passion UA has been giving over. You have another player in Freshie on the A bomb site proper, and yet still they're just getting whittled down here slowly but surely. OG Wizard with the D goal still keeps us level at a 3-on-3. Ulzurk now rotates back in to admire what's going on here in the middle of the map, and he takes down SML as well. So should be all good now for the CT side, but Steel and OG Wizard still have a little bit of time to play with.
Yeah, it's got a little bit chaotic. Passion looked like they had everything in control with how passive they were playing. Halzerk back turn, still a phenomenal turnaround, and missed shots from Steel that are going to be a little painful. SBE hoping that OG Wizard can make some magic happen, get another kill or something of that nature, but the round is certainly out of the realm of reason. He's sort of also needs to die here. It's 15 seconds. Yeah, he just needs to run at them. Oh, and they're just going to leave him. That is deadly. They're not going to kill him until after the time expires. Oh my gosh. Wait, did he get it? Yes, he did.
I think he did. Wow.
That's actually genius from OG Wizard. Holy hell.
You don't see economically savvy decisions like that from either side, really. I mean, Passion UA, the wherewithal to basically make sure that OG Wizard has no chance at potentially getting an AWP. But OG Wizard with a clever move to kill himself, which you don't really praise all too often, but that is the right move. He won't have the op, but he'll be happy.
Yeah. Instead of having $2,000, he's got plenty of money in order to buy this AK. Mid take for Passion. Looking to force a fight down into Underpass with Kavem. Successful one, might I add. Steel still struggling to start this. They're going to sprint out A. That's the reaction from Freshie. Evan, a backup plan in this as well. Will catch Grim off guard. This still just doesn't have the pieces to actually finalize this. The bomb's stuck top mid. Kavim's going to grab another. And with Halzerk still working this mid control, OG Wizard is so very alone. And it's just too much for him to do. They've thinned the herd quite nicely. Maybe give a chance for Evan.
I mean, they were really banking on this mid play to work out so they could scale back in a con and split into A. But with how disruptive this CT side has been so far for Passion UA, it forces Evan to walk out Palace, and sure, he gets a kill or two, but now he's got to recover the package. He's got to find a kill and get the bomb down in nearly 30 seconds. And it's very clear as to where they're coming from, and now spotted out. It can come back. And flash to set him up. No swing. And I mean, at this point, Evans just got to dictate the pace and push forward. But you're going into a crossfire that is just not very winnable. I say crossfire, and
Hello?
Nyx just gives up on the play. And there is time here to plant the bomb on B, thrusting him into a clutch that he definitely shouldn't be in.
Yeah, this is really ugly from Passion. He doesn't know if it's A or B. He's gambled wrong here. He's just sprinted into connector. Nyx, he's unfortunately made the wrong read. SBE, Evan had a 1v2. Started this out. Looked like the crossfire was unbreakable. Now, Nyx has to sprint. And there's no kit on his back either. Evan might just have this.
Yeah, I think this is unwinnable at this point, especially with the lack of kit. And I mean, sure, Nick will try to get the bomb tapped, but Evan will win it out, and that's just an unforced error from Passion UA, something that you don't see all too often, and an opportunity pounced on by Evan, a guy that you're not necessarily accounting for when you look at this 5-man roster.
I mean, listen, I think I'll give Evan a little bit of respect. I think he's quite a capable guy, especially in the clutch, but I mean, he wasn't the one architecting that. Passion, they stepped off the gas. They did more than that. They pumped the brakes, and I just can't understand the reposition from Nyx. It just doesn't make any sense. It's mind-blowing.
Yeah, I think in his mind, he's thinking that there's no time, but 15 seconds is still plenty of game to play with. And that small little mistake cost them. And so far, these 3 rounds, I mean, these last 2 rounds specifically have been decided with a couple of small decisions, and now Halzerg wants to rectify it. A huge 5v4 to get early on, especially considering the weapon disadvantage. They try to boost up and see if they can get a 5-on-3 and make some additional pressure in this round, but it doesn't come to be. Slow back down to the 5-on-4, and SPU will be happy with just this mid control. Look at Quem though. He's all the way in T spawn, wrapping into middle. And on the other hand, you've also got Freshie being able to walk out of A main. Who wins this duel?
Well, unfortunately, I don't even think it matters. The A flank's gonna get there, but not in time. OG Wizard just takes all the frags, and now Grim's flank, who cares? He's too little too late to activate, and Freshie actually claims his life. It'll be an easy victory for SBE. I don't actually know how that timing formulated. I think just through Palace. Just funny because Freshie's normally the guy you're going to find in Palace, but takes the ramp side that round. I think for Passion, something that I've noticed about SBE and their Mirage, they put a lot of work in their mid default. But if they struggle to find that, their executes, I think, are lacking. So I think Passion going to need to put some more resources towards handling this mid control. What is that from Nyx? USP kill in a fair fight.
He gets that AK and gets out a Dodge Hauser, goes back into apartments, but looks like SB are very wisely avoiding this situation and just walking up connector. Freshie is going to look for one, but SML is there for a couple of more trades. We're still in the 2-on-2, but we still have rifles recovered, mind you. OG Wizard now tasked with defending the bomb planter, and he can't. I mean, Steel, as soon as he gets off of it, goes down, and now it's OG Wizard triple in the last, and he's got to find a double here. Immediately ices out Halzerg, and now just got to figure out where Nyx is, and certainly does. Flash up, and again, no kit for Nyx, so that stick capability isn't there, so he's got to push forward, but OG Wizard is still fantastic in the clutch. 2 kills needed, 2 kills found.
Yeah, I mean, this is an impressive beginning for OG Wizard. He's definitely one of the guys that you honestly need for this roster to succeed. It's been all SML and Freshie in their advanced season, and I think that SML kind of first getting his sea legs under him when it comes to this type of pressure, these types of games. I was talking about that as a concept in their CCT semi that they got smashed on. And so, as more of these matches come back in, you can see the experience of OG Wizard popping in there. A lead for SportsBet. And a gun round for Passion. Gonna get into some mid-control. It's being watched for right now. JT, though, still wants to push forward, and he has been seen.
Him, though, finds the opening onto Freshie. So that A-prong is instantly gone. It's been a real thorn in the side of some of these rounds, either him or Evan. So now they can force their attention back over to B, lean that third player over. And a smoke coming up in front of the faces of SBE makes this round much more difficult for the T side. They can't really catch a timing, and now the map is slowly being constricted against them as Grim rather, pushes forward, and Clem can greet them in connector.
Be a moment for OG Wizard to use this off. Unfortunately, he's been caught. Now JT swings. Great swing from him, as that is a crazy ragdoll. Steele, he died on catwalk and his body sits at chair, just for the record. That's insane. Passion with a very clean round. It is very much their perspective there to go back to mid-control, deny SBE, though this time SBE don't really fight for it. They come in late, lost the man advantage with Freshie going down at A. From that point on, they were trying to recreate what they had already lost.
In their mind, they're trying to set normalcy in this series. They don't want these wonky rounds, these weird 2v2s, these weird 3v3s. They want to dominate the default, and that's how you win these kinds of rounds. Is you play aggressive, you try to dominate the middle of the map, and you force these guys into man disadvantage scenarios and push into sites undermanned. Play these post plants where they've got to play desperate. They got themselves a 5v4, but already another lurk is brewing on the B-bomb side. Steel has hopped out of apartments silently, and if they can stall for as long as possible, perhaps they can pull players back, but they're losing bodies again and again, and it looks like Grim has just managed to dodge death. But, oh, there we go.
Well, that's an even bigger find. OG Wizard cuts one down with Steel's flank finally activating. Halzerk is alone. Had a great start. Misses one. No. Another shot. Falls wide. Finally going to convert. OG Wizard, he has a bomb. Oh. Great adjustment. One more chance, but there's no bullets in the AWP. Halzerk could be 1v3ing this to bring back the success. OG Wizard going up, looking towards Palace. Halzerk thinking he wants to grab the rifle, but instead just going to get this bomb planted. He's committed, and it's going to work out brilliantly for Halzerk. A 1v3 clutch that starts ugly, but it's damn pretty by the end.
There's such a small window there for Halzerk to complete that, especially considering the mag had gone dry. Last two bullets connect. He puts the pressure on the youngster, and he crumbles under the pressure. That's just, that's why we talk about Halzerk in such high esteem. Of course, he's had struggles to start off the year, but we've had this conversation a little bit, Vincent, and he's still a grade A opera when you talk about international competition, and hopefully we can see that level from him when we see him in these kinds of qualifiers. And so far, we're getting that quality, whether it took a little bit of time to get there or not.
I mean, yeah, he starts off 6-1, couple rounds off, and then he pulls a 1v3 clutch. So SBE. This is something I've also noticed watching this team a little bit. Really love to go for some more aggressive purchasing decisions. That was that last purchase that you just saw, a force buy. But in all fairness, did nearly work out. This one's not so much a force, just the eco. And they get cut down one by one by Kavim. Pressure's on for Passion, though. I mean, and I know it's really not specifically about this match, but it's about being the team, you know, that can break through in a very, I'll just say a very weak qualifier field compared to what, you know, it was just last year.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I think there's some ramifications about Passion UA in terms of the whole North America scope, because I mean, they should be at Atlanta right now already. They should be invited there, but they're not.
It's M80.
You know, there's M80. I mean, NRG is also in that conversation. Like, they're 19th, I think, VRS or somewhere in the top 20.
Yes.
They've been leapfrogged on many accounts, and that shouldn't be the expectation. It was Passion UA complexity. That core was dominant within the region, and then it was everybody else. So I feel like this qualifier is another one of those things that has to signify a return to form for this core, that they're taking care of business and they're right back to where they belong. But of course, so far it feels a little rocky.
A little bit, but I think got to give them some credit here. That's be picking into Mirage. Certainly not like top of the table in map pool for Passion UA, though they play it and there should be no excuses. It's gun round a slower burn. Mid control, though no contention. Passion playing this passive. They're going to walk into the crosshair of OG Wizard. The OG Wizard we know and love. Now Nyx needs to offer something. It's only going to be JT instead. And he's from range, so that's from CT. Still a chance if they were to pivot towards A in the form of Grim. But instead, I think it's up to Kvim. Steal first up, beheaded. And now the adjustment can start moving. Do you want to go back to A through connector? Yes, it seems so.
And now you leave it all up into Grim's hands. Late in Palace, probably isn't going to get clear until the C4 gets tapped, but Grim swings early and he finds one, but one will simply not do in this kind of situation. Safe plan for OG Wizard. Quem is absolutely no idea that Freshy's there, and he even gets the kill from beyond death. And if he finds any way to turn back and find any sort of timing there, maybe it's a beautiful 1-on-2, but instead SportsBetExpert get one more on the board and again continue to put economic pressure on this CT side.
I think that's the storyline right now for me. Nothing's been easy for Passion UA. You got a couple of those, like actually the pistol round, and that's it. Was the easiest round that they've had outside of the ecos. Why still very good. Halsert getting boosted into ladder. It's Grim onto Freshy. That's been a fight that's been going Grim's way more often than not. Talked a lot about Freshy. Kvim, another successful fight as he gets his 12th frag. Mid control is a problem. Just Grim can't be stopped on the A extremity.
Yeah, it does feel like the way that it goes, the flowchart is Freshy dies, Evan trades, and then Grim finds the trade again. We do it again and again. And right now, that's just not the recipe for continued success, because you're thrusting them into man disadvantage scenarios, and most often when you're in that kind of scenario, you're going to have to go for some hero plays. And again, it's OG Wizard tasked to put on the cape, be able to get a free bomb plant, but I'm sure he wants to take a body before he decides to punch in the digits. And Halzorg, very wise to that idea, still trained on triple box and nails the shot. So it does still feel like the SportsBetExpert T-side game plan is very haphazard and kind of all over the place. And if Passion UA lose mid, then the rounds feel completely in the T-sided's favor. But I don't know. There's got to be some sort of normalcy established in this game at some point, right?
You would think so, but that's what I was saying about SBE. It's mid or bust kind of for them and their default. Otherwise, there's just not a lot of positives. We're about to see a QB sneak out towards A. It's a double fate situation. Steele's throwing the full exec utility, but what?
Oh,
what?
No. Can't do that.
What's the point? What's the point in throwing the exec if you're not gonna wait?
Oh boy, that's
it was an idea there,
slammer.
but
I mean, even if it came to be, I still think there would have been a very low percentage chance. So it's not the worst mistake in the world, but I'm sure for a guy that loves to be a perfectionist in this game, that's something that Steel is not going to want to remember for a while.
No, not at all. I mean, it's been a nightmare type of game for Steel, unfortunately, and I do think that that's another talking point that I haven't brought up, because honestly, I feel like it's unfair to start the conversation there. But a lot of these advanced games that I've been watching, it has been the very top heavy. Steel's struggling a little bit, and that's continuing as the games get more competitive. You know, a harder opposition.
Ooh, good trades from OG Wizard. Plays around these smokes very well. We'll take a nade, but it shouldn't matter because you got players just swarming Mirage. Evan gets out the B apartments and finds a freebie, and it just feels like he's able to weasel his way into finding an equalizing kill here or there. But Hauser still the snake in the grass. He's still the one that can fight tooth and nail in this round. 13-4, looking to add on to his immaculate tally. As he shifts back over to Catwalk, he's trying to figure out where Evan is. He wants to take that one-on-one, and now he doesn't have to worry about his backside since OG Wizard has hit the deck. Smoke comes up on a Catwalk.
So long.
Yeah, that bomb is really taking its sweet time, and now Evan, I mean, you can't even blame him in that situation. He can't find anything. Also given ample amounts of space to come through that smoke and put Steel into a very difficult clutch.
And they're making the right reads every single time. They're not going to be anticipating that they just walk back Cat. It's so smart from Passion. And I mean, that's the gap right there. It's a round like that that really showcases the gap between Passion and a team like SportsBetExpert. Well, alrighty. First half that I wouldn't say went as planned for SportsBetExpert, but they did get away with a couple more rounds than maybe they should have. A 4 half, though, Passion in front.
Looking to bring some regularity to our scheduling program, and Grim starts off the proceedings with a P250 headshot onto Freshie. Nix does the same, but there's some pushback. SML from the window to bring this into a 3-on-4. You're starting to see a little bit more confidence out of some of these players on Passion UA. Nix gets into the CT spawn alongside his teammate in JT, and now they can swarm this A bomb site slowly but surely. Oh, there was a close chance for SB to pull that one back with that head-to-head between Halswick and Evan, and Grim will just shut it down there as well onto Steel. So it feels like we're slowly shifting back into the schedule that we were hoping for.
Yeah, and you could see at the beginning of that first half as well, Passion. I don't know that they knew what to expect from Sportsbet, so they basically just gave a ton of space, looking to receive, playing. I would consider it to be safe but passive, and now onto the T side where they can dictate pace. At least in round one, clearly they want to take this game by the reins and hurry this thing up, get on up and out of here, because Mirage. Map the SportsBetExpert absolutely need in this series. I mean, you said it. This is their map to play with. If they're going to have any chance, it's going to start on Mirage. Got Overpass up next. Saw a pretty ugly Overpass against Marsborn the other day from this team. Hold on a moment. More damage being done. These flashes are phenomenal, and there might be an upgrade. Grim will correct the record. Separated are these two T's, and Grim might be low, but Steel has an inkling.
He does. He's thinking that it's maybe a jungle flank or something, but he isn't going to find anything. He's finally going to swing, and now Halswick will strike. All good, but significant damage here from SBE, all things considered. I mean, they'll love to have a round like that with basically just $400 invested in total when you think about those two flashes from Steel. But you want to make sure that that economic damage has some backing and actually has some ramifications. That has to be a conversion in this round.
Yeah, very much so. Start 3A here for Sportsbet. You have OG Wizard under Palk. You've got Steel at Firebox. It's Freshie playing towards CT. See, an A execute that's coming as well. Mid control just grabbed up by Passion.
Oof, a main aggression though from SBE, and they're going right into the Lion's Den. Two players here to greet them, and Nix will find one, Grim with the other. The A defense collapses, and it forces so much into Freshie's hand. He's got to come up huge here from the back of Ticket, and he's been mollied off, and they're losing bodies in the middle as well. So every second of the way, SBE has to head for the hills and tuck tail, because all that economic damage, it's pretty much null and void if they keep 5 alive here, Vincent.
Yeah, and it's a big oversight from OG Wizard, who's the best guy on the server right now for Sportsbet. But the issue that they are having is that OG just not clearing his close corner there. Sets him up for failure. I hate to put the round down to some individual moment like that, but it kind of does just fall apart from there. Also, I just would have loved to see SBE be happy to sit in their 3-man stack on A for a little bit longer. I mean, they got antsy after, it was only like 15 or 20 seconds into the round.
Yeah, you can't be that starved of information that early into the round. I completely agree. And at that point, you got to wonder how desperate SportsBetExpert are in this situation. I mean, yes, you are the underdogs, but there is a line to be drawn in the sand of how aggressive you really want to be. And it still feels like this CT side is figuring out what that line is, really, where they want to draw it. And Unfortunately for them, they don't have time to figure it out because this game is very quickly slipping between their fingers as it's another 4-on-5 that this team has to grapple with. And Freshie has been spotted, if I'm not mistaken. Nyx
Yes.
should have a freebie here.
Got the MP9. That could do damage, maybe. 2
Okay.
kills. Yeah, it should have been none. You're absolutely right, but Freshie, he makes a miracle happen. Still one man here in the form of OG Wizard. Molly that was actually meant to go towards CT. JT thinks better of it just a moment later. Plant and a nice jump spot for Grim. I mean, that should be the round locked up. This flank could be interesting, though. He's just missed the moment.
Yeah, he'll still pounce nevertheless. He does get to upgrade into the AK. I would have considered just a save, but with how far up SML is, Evan didn't want to leave his teammate behind. But now that he goes down, yeah, there's no reason to be here. Best saved on over, full belt to util. Actually, he'll stick around. I don't know if I like that, but he was getting crunched in from top of middle anyways, so not really the end of the world. But Vincent, we're already at 12-4, and OG Wizard has just gotten his first op of this defensive half. It's such a tragic situation that you want to get this guy with the big green as soon as possible, and he just doesn't have any opportunities to basically miss at this point.
No, and you need your riflers to start doing something as well, respectfully. They've really struggled at the outset of this thing. SML get...
I think team knifed, yeah.
Oh, no, man. That's just not when you want that to happen either. Not that there's a good time for it, but the T side of Passion starting their mid-control process. Nobody's going to receive them yet. Just a little bit more of a passive approach from SBE.
Yeah, a lot of space given over, and all of a sudden that aggression that perhaps excited viewers is completely gone from SBE. And with that, as we kind of mentioned at the beginning of this half, dictating the pace, giving so much space over, should have some consequences, but OG Wizard finds an opening. JT will respond in kind, and now, as the dust settles, you still have a 4-on-4, and you still have so much space here for Passion UA that JT's going to get frisky through this con smoke.
Oh, it's perfect, too, because OG Wizard's now not necessarily watching Evan, pushing on the extremity right into Nyx's crosshair. Grim pushing out A. OG Wizard, he could have something here, but he gets flashed off. His elbow spotted. OG Wizard, he is incredible at those fast flanks this time without a scope. But poor SML, he is alone, and despite OG Wizard's fun no-scope there, this should be over, though. Hold on a moment. Grim, isolated. The bomb sprinting out B, not yet planted. SML got another one. He thinks it's A, and understandably so, but Kavim is punching in the digits on the B bomb site.
He wanted to hit the cat jump, but I guess he was hesitant about which decision he wanted to make of whether or not it was A, but now he's got to make the long route over. No kit in this situation. There might be one on the site, but eventually you just got to give up the sound cue and hope that you pick the right angle, and he's gotten safely onto the site. He thinks it's bench. That's the gamble he's taken, but Quem hasn't even shown a pixel of his body yet. But oh my goodness, how has SML hit that shot? I couldn't tell you, but I think we just have enough time to play on.
Great work from SML. Kavim, if he just takes his hands off the keyboard, though, he wins that round. That was unlosable if he doesn't peek. And he just peeked before he even tapped. Just trying to find a timing that late into it. Obviously, no way to know that he doesn't have a kit. But, man, that just feels bad. A huge 1v3 from SML that's going to give SportsBetExpert a little bit of room to maneuver. That's the kind of rifling that we need. This team runs on those two riflers. SML and Freshie have been the guys alongside OG Wizard. OG Wizard is playing at the level that they need. Now they need that from SML and Freshie.
Absolutely. But again, there's such a mountain to climb here for SBE. 7 rounds needed in a row, and of course still a bye to deal with in this one. Right now, the B split is slowly starting to emerge as an option for Passion UA. They've pushed back the app splitters to the site itself, and that means you've got a chance for Nyx to find a couple of kills here. He only manages to get one, and that makes Passion UA change their minds. They go back into an A bomb site that's completely empty. It was just Freshy to deal with it, and usually he's good for 1 or 2 there, as we've seen. But now, in a 3-on-3, now you've got to look back to OG Wizard and say, hey, it's your turn.
It's felt destined for A the whole time. They were moving up connector even as those B players jumped out. Definitely got to be about OG Wizard. And unfortunately, he's the last alive. Missed the shot, goes to the AK. And E2 cannot connect on that one. It's going to be the closer, 13-5 for Mirage, as SportsBetExpert can't get anything rolling on their map pick.
Yeah, you think that things would look good there for Passion UA, or sorry, for SportsBetExpert, but unfortunately, Passion UA find their footing, and now we move into map number 2, Overpass, which is Passion UA's bread and butter and has been for such a long time. This now feels hopelessly out of the reach of this side.
Yeah, the problem is, you know, Mirage isn't great when it comes to like international competition for Passion. That's just not true about Overpass. You know, Overpass is also really good internationally, and so it just straight up, when you're talking about like a matchup where Sportsbet aren't good on that map, I'm not got a lot of faith. I think that, you know, that miracle run idea, I think it's going to end here for Sportsbet. That's kind of where I'm standing. Any other thoughts, Paladin? Do you think any different?
I mean, I had a hope there for a little bit that we would see a lot out of this team, but unfortunately, there is a lot to be desired, and there's a lot of work to do for this roster. And unfortunately, I think that's where the series ends. I know we've not even played map 2 yet, but that is just how good I think Passion UA's Overpass is. When I run down the results and I say they've beaten NIP G2, they've taken FaZe and Mongols close. Like these are star-studded rosters. So
Yeah,
I would like to be proven wrong, and I hope we can, but we'll take a little bit of a break and we'll see if SportsBetExpert have a little something more to say.
Disappointing to say the least on map number 1 for SportsBetExpert. They pick into Mirage and Passion UA spanked them on it 13-5. Wasn't really at any point even close. Paladin, I think the question I have coming into Overpass is simply this. What are the win conditions, or is there win conditions for SBE? What do they need to do?
I mean, you got to catch Passion UA on a B game, first of all. I know that's not necessarily in your power, but I definitely felt like SportsBetExpert were at least capitalizing on mistakes that Passion UA were giving them. And I think that's something that upset teams just struggle with domestically. Sometimes they get these opportunities and they're just not able to capitalize on them. So that's key number 1. I would say key number 2 is that you've got to get these riflers activated. Once SML and Evan get going, OG Wizard looks a lot more exciting straight up. And I guess to kind of add on top of that point, that final point is I got to see a little bit more out of Steel, be it in the clutch, be it, you know, in terms of opening attempts and finding a solid trade kill off the back of that, something to get a little bit more impact out of the IGL beyond just, you know, default conversations or strategy conversations, because against Passion UA, you're going to need all hands on deck, and that's a guarantee.
Yeah, listen, you don't need to have a takeover type of game. Nobody's expecting that, but you can't be a liability. And I think that's what you're definitely right about. Not to mention the fact that talked about a huge lack in the rifling firepower here for Sportsbet. You know, SML and Freshie, those are the guys that are taking over games in their advanced season. And I know I'm referencing that, but like I only reference that because, you know, that's the vast majority of like what we have to go on for, you know, for this team. Otherwise, they haven't played like a ton of officials at a relevant level. You know, they got a few more because they just got done playing in CCT. But yeah, outside of that, it's a little bit lackluster. So as we jump into this Overpass, it's not been great in the past. To see it step up, and it's on the CT side at least that you get to begin on. Got to correct the record after a 13-3 loss to Marsborn just a couple days ago.
OG Wizard has been doing his Monacy impression, playing without the silencer for a bit. He's lost his teammate, and all of a sudden that accuracy dipping, it might actually cost him. But he decides to actually fight forward. He's still just ruthless here, trying his hardest to find some impact. And finally, he'll fall back into the waiting arms of Grim. And they can't capitalize on a trade. Steel's got to win that one. And just like that, this round falls like a house of cards. It leaves it all onto Evan with these long-range dual Berettas, and JT will ice him out. Passion UA get through a very messy first round.
I really don't want to pile on any more than is necessary to
I hate to do it. Yeah,
I mean, but it really is a situation where you do need that trade right there. And unfortunately, we just saw that it also starts to fall apart right after that, because everything hinges on that trade. Because Grim doesn't go down, now they can collapse on the rest of the players that are, you know, pushing into party or through party into the forward position. Like, it is just it's perfect to call it a house of cards. I think you put it nicely.
And now you allow for Passion UA to continue this up-tempo style of play. They don't really have to show their hand all too often in terms of how complicated their defaults have to get. Just make Grim feel as comfortable as possible and let him loose. But so far, it's not necessarily him. You've got plenty of supporting cast members in JT and Quem. Now you've even got this ratty angle from Halzer. He spotted ahead. He'll take one down. And he's definitely heard Evan as well. Just a matter of moments. And while Evan is fluffing his lines, trying to get up onto the railing. Should have been another kill there, but Evan will recover the UMP. And just get spammed down. That's just annoying if you're on the other end of that, for sure.
Just give me a real fight, you know? You probably win it, but like, give me a real fight. Yeah. A lot of pain points, says SportsBetExpert. It's something I mentioned back on Mirage. This team really does like these more aggressive buys. A lot of teams, especially in the CT side, if you lose first round, they aren't so interested in that force buy. They're more down to get the guns out. But I think it's a combination of how important OG Wizard is. So, like, if you're going to force buy, you can get op in round 4. but also just a team that likes to get up in your face, likes to play aggressive. Doesn't work out this time.
Not at all. And again, they're on the doorstep of the B bomb site straight away. 10, 15 seconds into the round, and you don't even have a chance to have this gamble stack work out in any way. And we just swiftly move on to round 4. You do put all your eggs in this basket. You expect OG Wizard to be aggressive and find an opening 5-on-4, set the expectation right, and slow this kind of bulldozer that's building steam right now for Passion UA, because this is one of those games that can very quickly run out of control. And I mean, that's kind of the tale of how Mirage went. As soon as we switched over to that offensive side and the tempo could have been set, I mean, the game was over in a flash.
Where'd the nades go? Did both of them miss? Freshie was there just moments before. But Freshie gets out unscathed. Nice double nade, little gimmick to potentially give Passion an advantage. That's actually one of the reasons I love this map, is those gimmicks. Nice push for SBE. They're getting active. Freshie's going to continue to move forward. Steel playing Overwatch for now. He's buying attention. Now Freshie can activate. Steals JT. Nick's unknown. And Evan the same. Turns around, but Evan good for it. And the escape made.
Oh no, but he's wanted to stick around for a little bit longer. There's a bit of skin, but still manages to get out alive and still gets to drop the smoke. Nade through to blow it open, but nobody's home. So Passion UA decided to move back over, and it's just 3-player pack that's looking to just pounce on into this B bomb site. And it's only Evan, really. You do have a late rotation that is brewing, but it's just him. And oh my goodness, I thought he was going to be caught out, but somehow spins 90 degrees to find Grim. So with that, Evan has done his job. He's found 2 kills. He's left it into a man disadvantage. Now they've got to claim this round.
They haven't gotten the bomb down either, so would have needed that fight to go a little bit better. Now push continuing to come in from SML on the flank. He's been quiet about this. Tap isolated, but SML good for the frag. That's BE getting on to a gun round victory in their first attempt.
Yeah, much better there. And I mean, of course, as I kind of mentioned in the pregame, there are some mistakes there. And more importantly, SportsBetExpert is able to capitalize. Some stunning shots there from Evan. And I do like that small play that they do to try to wrap into short side and essentially force Passion UA to slow the game down. Let them play out these defaults a little bit more. Force them to look behind them a little bit more. Check angles a little bit more. If they can do that, that's when I think you can allow for players like OG Wizard, aggressive players like SML and Freshie to try and work their magic. But now that the game is slowed down, Nick still finds a way to get 2 kills, let alone 1.
I mean, just an aggressive stance that seemed unnecessary, but you would imagine at minimum a trade. Unfortunately for Steel, he gets 1 kill, but then dies to the incendiary. Bomb site overtaken, and I know OG Wizard and SML are within the same ballpark, but there's no world they should be going for this, and SML's already tucking tail. He's got OG Wizard in close tow. Great double opener there from Nyx. It's going to be a huge victory. Can I just say, as a guy that hasn't casted a lot of Passion for obvious reasons, and so last time I casted a lot of Nyx was when he was on lag, and it's weird for me to say Nyx and not Nick X.
Yeah, I felt like I had done such a good job in like keeping those 2 players separate, but
yeah,
it's a huge transformation in terms of Nick's career in how he's ascended up the ranks. You know, you talk about his small little stint that he had. I believe it was Nouns, right? He just played with Nouns for just a little bit. And
very small stint.
And Jason Lake immediately thought, hey, let's take a chance on this guy. Did good enough to stick around on this Passion UA roster. And of course, now the question mark of him staying in this roster is definitely up in the air. But he's definitely gotten his name into the conversation of one of the better players within North America, and that ascendancy has been very impressive to watch, as you and I have both seen in a very short amount of time.
Yeah, I mean, within a calendar year, genuinely. Kind of incredible. Remembering, I mean, that noun situation was like happening at Frag 18. Was back summer 2024, something like that, or late 2024. I think it was actually in fall, but nonetheless, a little bit of spam battling. Grim getting the worst of it. And again, this SBE team, they're always itching for a fight. This time the flash, you would have thought it would have been perfect, but instead, Kavem knocks one down. Now the execute comes in. Great flashbang. Nyx getting an opportunity. Another double entry from the young gun. OG Wizards trade is almost meaningless as SML is miles from the action. Smoke just goes down on Heaven. OG Wizard turning for good. SportsBet fall again.
And this time around, it's just the awareness of Passion UA knowing that that short push is coming through. And as that short push is manufacturing itself, there's already a call and response. Flash is getting ready to be set up out of Monster in case the contact doesn't work. Of course, the contact doesn't find that initial kill. And as soon as that happens, those flashes isolate the fights all of a sudden. The short player does not have any opportunity to trade out the pit player, and they both fall instantly by the hands of Nyx. And now SML and OG Wizard are off to save, and you kind of expect these guys to have impact, but when it gets into positions like that, you can't really expect too much out of them, considering how difficult it is to get back in when you have no utility and no time either.
On the flip side, Passion had so much utility for the post plan. I mean, just had every choke just entirely blocked off by smokes and utility. So, and that leads me to a question that, you know, I start to feel like is SBE being too aggressive here? You know, are they? I think activity required on a map that's this big, no doubt, but they're getting caught up in a lot of these early moves.
Yeah, you definitely have to space it out, I would say. And this time, the fight's going to come to them. Quem actually wins the duel out on B, but this con fight also just goes 2 for 1. Not what you want to see out of your lone rifle, and Freshie has hit the deck as well. And I mean, this map, you know, if we find an opening and you're able to play a 5-on-4 as a CT, it feels unruly to play as an offensive player. I mean, trying to manufacture an equalizing kill is very difficult on a map like this. And because it's so big, you can kind of rest on your haunches on the sights a little bit more. But trying this desperately to get a man advantage is, I feel, what's costing them. And they're doing it all across the map, mind you. I mean, it's like on con, it's on A, it's on short. I think pick your fights where you want and settle for whatever comes your way on the other sides of the map. It just feels like they're kind of all in everywhere. That just isn't sustainable.
Yeah. I mean, also noticing a lot of moments where SBE are just full blind, and I think that's a difference in level, just straight up. So get into more of that in a second. I thought they were about to take a fight for OG Wizard, but they sidestep him. Nobody actually necessarily too worried about it. JT's got a casual eye. And another one of these spam paddles is Freshie instead of Steel taking that fight. JT hasn't left yet. Oh, turns at the last moment, but a missed shot from OG. A rarity. Now SML, he's up to bat. Been the rifling star of this team. Need a trade, and Halzerk's there for it. Smoked off. JT, he's got the bomb, so careful. Don't want to get caught. Freshie in the rotation. It's caught at B. And that's thanks to Nyx, who's had an incredible game already, 10-4. Hold on a moment. Evan might have just the right thing. Nyx goes down. Now they're separated. Access to the A bomb site in the form of Grim. He's all the way up on site proper, but they know that OG Wizard was here at long, not very long ago.
Yeah, and they're just trying to figure out where he is. Grim on a search mission to figure that out, but instead he gets met with steal. And now 2-on-3, you still don't know where OG Wizard is. Halzer's going to continue to go searching, and finally he finds him with the secondary, switches back over the rifle, and now pressure goes back out of the CT to retake, as Evan's got a scamper here to join up with his teammate.
Note the odd plant position. It's out in the middle of Narnia. Steal. Ooh, good inclination. JT planning for himself. Now it's Halzer back on the AWP. No kits. Flash to go in. He's nailing the first shot, and it's gonna be just enough time, I think.
Yeah, it should be. That's unfortunate for Halzer. Oh wow, it's actually gonna get way closer than I thought, but they just get it. But yeah, it's impressive for Halzer. Unfortunately, movement costs him. The blinding flashbang does not allow him to move back into divider and reset. But damn, is he not just been on in terms of these clutch attempts so far in this series? And that's still going to do a hell of a lot of damage on a SportsBetExpert in terms of this round. This round must be locked in for this CT side. Otherwise, we're looking at 8, potentially 9 rounds on this T side. We're already in a situation where precarious things have to be done for SBE.
That might have been the most deathmatch type of round I've ever seen in a competitive game of Overpass. The way those fights went down everywhere. Like you said, got to do more. Got to add to this. OG Wizard on a nice angle. Looking at the flashbangs, there's not a lot of them left. So OG Wizard could be in a real nice spot to take advantage of that. Once again, Nick's getting active. Just letting him know he's there. No commitment. JT. Excuse me, that's Halzer holding the bomb still at B. Oh, but it's Nick.
Nice. That's a Molly combo to just flush out the Toxic Barrels player, and Nyx has been so smart on these B angles to find that opening 5-on-4, and now, again, it forces aggression out of the CT's hands, and JT's there waiting in open arms.
Yeah, Nick's finally going down, but he's done so much work. It allows Grim to get out here, re-smoke for Heaven, and he's just slipped the gap. Grim's got them both. The B site falters, and now it falls. Fashion UA, they've got access whenever they want it. SBE are just swatting on the site. They don't really own it.
Well, OG Wizard will find Grim, but getting out now for the Ukrainian is going to be a much more taller task. Quem is right around the corner. Countryman's got him in the back. And now, Fashion UA get that round that we were hoping SBE could convert in terms of extending play, but again, now you've got these weird rounds that are coming forth where you've got SMGs across the board. You're probably going to be lacking in utility considering your max loss. But Passion UA have a real opportunity to just run up the scoreboard, and SBE have nothing to do about it. Like, I mean, you can continue this hyper-aggressive style, try to vie for short control as much as possible, but it's very clear that Passion UA have got the protocols down to a T right now, and they don't really show signs of stopping, Vincent.
Yeah, and that's the thing that I was kind of highlighting before. Those protocols are just so much better for a team like Passion than literally any team that SBE has ever played at. You know?
Yeah.
And that's not really an overstatement. So the way that this is going to stand up to any sort of pressure is just so much better. Also going to get the bomb out of danger. We'll get that over to the bomb site. So free and clear. And this is going to be another round tacked on for Passion UA. And that's without us even really broaching the topic that, Ani, this is the T side.
Yeah. Yeah. And that kind of tells the whole story of what I was talking about after map 1 was over. SB are unfortunately very outclassed on a map like Overpass. When you think about how much work JT has put in perfecting the defaults of this map, and now you're kind of seeing the ugly truth coming out to play here. I mean, sure, you're getting these like parting kills, a couple of rounds that are being grittily won, but I mean, now Evan doesn't even get to live. He doesn't get a gun, and you're just sit there with hands in your pockets, hoping for a bone. You're not even getting the bone to kind of run away with here.
Yeah, and it's listen, I really kind of feel like it's almost unfair to mention, but it doesn't help that like some of your more experienced players in Freshie, are not really showing up. He had a couple of good moments on Mirage, but ultimately was getting owned by Grim on that A extremity more often than not. Overpass has been a non-factor. Shamel, a couple of chances, but this one, I mean, it falls flat. There's nothing that he can offer. Passion, they ain't buying. Grabs another one. It's on the fadeaway that Evan goes down. And just like that, the B-bomb site's also vulnerable.
Yeah, that's a sliver play. I mean, what can you really do when Halzer's hitting shots like that? I mean, again, that's not much room to play with there. Flash in to set up steal. Oh, unruly spray. Maybe if he had a little bit more time, he could have found JT, but quick from the South African, and now we go into a 4-on-2 for Passion UA. They can play with this advantage all day. Looks like OG Wizards wants to play the gamble and play from heaven and potentially stack on this B bomb site. But you're going to need a lot of mileage out of these two guys. But if you want 2 players on the site, you want 2 players on SBE, it's Freshie and OG Wizard.
The right read, right call. Not going to be an instantaneous trade, though these flashes are brilliant. Another problem, OG Wizard. Got to be a combat offer. That first one's great. Smoke goes for the mid site. That should separate them. Halzer, just pistol mode. OG not low. Can isolate this, gets the vision, but Halzer with the 5-7 is successful. Passion, they're taking no prisoners. They're showing no mercy.
I feel like out of all the top oppers out there, I feel like Halzer uses his secondary the most when he has the AWP. I don't know if that's a crazy statement to say, but I feel like he just feels so comfortable when it's shotgun opping time. He says, you know what? I'm not even going to try this battle in certain situations. I'm just going to pull out my Deagle, my 5-7, and just get the job done. He keeps that simple. He keeps his movement light there, and OG Wizard can't really get involved in that clutch whatsoever. Spectacular work, and again, Quen with the 5-on-4.
I mean, it's SML again who is the victim. Thankfully, OG Wizard with a trade. I'll give you a shout for somebody who might be a similar stat line. Device. I think Device very much does that as well. This is some good trades. Devin gets on for another one. Big pickup. Halzer doing damage. Speaking of the pistol, he's on it again. Going to isolate this great angle from Steel. They're going to at least clean up a third round to find themselves a 9-3 half. We're going to hit a break. We'll be right back. This T-side's got to be incredible with this pistol getting started. Sportsbet, they've not really been anywhere but down. Is this the upward swing?
Well, they're definitely down, Vincent, but they're not out just yet. And they're going to have to hope that this pistol starts off the right way. Steel leading the crew in kills and hopefully can lead them to a pistol round here as well. They get up through Con, they clear out Party, they realize nobody's home. It was a stack from Passion UA on that B bomb site. And now they'll slowly slink their way over to this A side. They should have a couple of players to greet them straight away. That smoke is a really weird one here. I don't necessarily know how they want to play around it.
When there's just another smoke that's just been deployed. Now the CT's put down a lurk smoke. Great shot from Kavim. JT grabbing another. That was meant to be their lurk smoke. Is another beautiful headshot comes from JT. He's on for the 4K. Lock this down, but instead gonna let Graham, who has a little bit more health, handle it. That's the intelligent maneuvering of your in-game leader from Passion to get the 10th round.
I mean, JT, man, he's a guy that still finds a way to have impact from a fragging perspective as well. One of the most underrated IGLs in international Counter-Strike. And I know his conversation has come up quite a bit these days, but his individual level is something that has stayed up since the end of Go, which is insane to me because I always thought there was going to be a drop-off at some point, but it never has been, it feels like.
Not a lot of in-game leaders you can really speak in that manner of at any level, realistically. I'm right there with you. Let's be going back to the roots with regard to these aggressive buys. I know I'm a broken record on that, but you know this decision means so much because essentially they're just force buying the rest of the game. It feels like with this decision,
unless they convert, and that's the very big unless.
They put the house on it. Now they just got to hope to profit. Zerk under the knife here. Great shot. Convert onto that second frag. Gets the reload off and gets support from Grim. GG go next round for SBE as OG Wizards scout with Kevlar. Isn't really going to be able to do too much against 5 players, you would think. Yeah. It's going to be exactly that. Grim and Holzerk tag team a full 5 together for an 11th victory.
Yeah, that's clean work there from Passion UA. It just doesn't even really feel like they're breaking a sweat in terms of the A defense. One that was tested in the round previous in terms of the retake attempt. And you saw how fantastic JT was able to work on the back of the dice box, and the rotations were swift. And this time around, you've got a bathroom set up. You've got forward-facing players and just chemistry, the very clear chemistry between these players that have played with each other for such a long period of time. And now they're getting into the flow state. They're moving into Fountain, pretty much free of charge. And how they can create a con setup out of nothing straight away as well.
Nyx has been untouchable. I mean, it's really cool to watch him here locally in North America come back and just farm straight up. Steel grabs the 1 kill that SBE have had this round. Now he's at 10 health and alone. Yikes, yikes, and more yikes for SportsBetExpert.
9-round comeback. Are we believing? Are we believing?
Yeah, nah.
It's a rough situation for SportsBetExpert where, you know, you get this huge upset win over Boss, and that probably just completely ratchets up the confidence that this team has. And instead of being met with, you know, a wild card or a Fisher College on the bottom side of the bracket, you get met up with Passion UA, and you get right back down to earth, and you realize there are many, many tiers between us right now. And this has got to be a huge learning experience for this roster, which there are definitely pieces here to be excited about and to keep focusing on. But we all knew going into this matchup that there's going to have to be a lot of work to be done in terms of them to get to that tier as Passion UA.
Yeah, and I mean that's another one of those differences in tier that you're watching just by how blind everybody is. I know I said it before, but like just the level of utility effectiveness that Fashion UA are experiencing in this map it's a bit absurd. Sportsbet, they can't do anything because they're always blind. Anytime they're thinking they're initiating, it's actually Passion there doing that. And where have I seen this before? Steal 1vx the end of a round. At least he's not got 10 health.
And he has a smoke too, so could probably get the bomb plant off for free. They're giving him all the B space. The wrap isn't really there, so at least he's got himself a post. I say that. It looks like
He's
the
got
pennies
figure out.
dropped for Passion UA. Yeah, and yeah, with how much time there is, he's still thinking that there's a B anchor. And by the time Grim gets here, that's when he starts moving. And it might just be too little too late because he's been converged on in every single position. Grim will find it, and it's even more of a dominating factor here for Passion UA as we kind of expected. 13-3 on Overpass. And as we kind of mentioned, Vincent, it just is completely different classes of play between these two rosters.
Yeah, you're seeing some of those rookies there for SportsBetExpert kind of getting. I don't even really want to like only put it on them, but like it's definitely a situation where they're also caught out. It's a team that's relatively new as well. I mean, this is SportsBetExpert team only been around for a month. I think that's also important to note. The move for Steel to become that in-game leader for that team happened in January, and it was only 2 weeks ago that they brought Evan back from the bench in place of Trojan, who also was another piece of that lag project back in 2024. So point being, there's absolutely a lot of room to improve here, but yeah, Passion are who we thought they are. Boss going to get a chance to maybe make up for the upset in the upper bracket here now into the lower bracket. They get the rematch against SportsBetExpert, which I think is pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to see that matchup again straight away, but that's going to do it here in terms of the Atlanta Close qualifiers. But we've got plenty of action rolling in through Wednesday, and of course that grand final on Thursday as well that you don't want to miss. But from me, from Vincent, from production, we hope you guys have a wonderful night.
Really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of passion's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zest, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win. GG!
And it's all done. A flawless win. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's gold!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champions!
doing what we're told and getting bored of what we're used to. Just give me something, please show me something alright. As I'm scared of getting old, and I'm more tired than I'm used to. Just give me something, please show me something alright. I forget that I'm down with you guys around, 'cause everyone knows life's better with love than being alone. Consider yourself the motive for finding a way to right my wrongs. Catch a locomotive or hit the highway, just move on, 'cause it's so fun and no one's upset. You sit on my trunk and watch the sunset. Consider yourself the motive for living my life the way I want. We're creating memories when we drive our parents crazy. We're chasing sunsets, living each day like the last day of our life. And I know this is what we want, 'cause this is what we do. Free to tell our lies while discovering our truth. I forget that I'm down with you guys around, 'cause everyone knows life's better with love